Hello. Yeah. Hopefully you guys are having a good day. I'm having a pretty good day. So we're going to get started here in a moment, and then I'm going to hop on over to the game. Just to give you guys clarity, we're going to be training axes today, so kill numbers are not going to be like crazy high. So we can expect that my killing is going to slow down a little, which is fine, because that's XP, that's important. But then afterwards, it depends on how far we can get, and if we have some extra time, I'll play the schedule on one game as like the back, so like in the so like the other, the backside kind of thing, right? And so like kind of like a split stream. I'm gonna try to do split streams more if I can remember to, but the thing is as we seen yesterday, I streamed what? We streamed uh 9 hours of Zomboid, and then well after which I think we only did like a couple hours of the other of the schedule one. So like I mean I'm trying. I'm trying to splash in that variety, but I mean it's hard, right? So, anyways, doing the best I can. If I we'll figure it out. Whenever I feel like we're comfortable for that, we'll do it. But it's one of those things where we're gradually getting there. Anyways, let us do some rat racing, which has been a blast. What did I have for breakfast? I had something called a full English. A full English consists of several things that are really, really good. Sausage, eggs, everything. Like full, imagine a full breakfast, like a really full breakfast. You got like meat, pudding, everything. Full thing. So, what is Rat Race? Exclamation point Rat Race. And it'll give you all a brief summary, as well as a link to the Discord for the Rat Race specifically. But essentially, there are three criteria that we have to achieve for the rat race. The first being that you need to get 1,000,000 kills. The second is that you need to do make a perfect character. And the third is to accomplish 13 liberations of points of interest around the map. Um, and then yes, I did make all that. And then after you do these three things, then you're basically you're good to move forward. Um, and that's it. You've won. So it's all done on one life, no exploits. Um, there's a few other rules and stipulations, but it's all under like you have to use certain settings. Uh, yeah, so you have to create an outpost in 13 locations. All of them are churches except for one. One location, specifically one location, is a is it the military outpost in Hogwallow Woods, so Hogwallow Forest. For context, that's outside of Rosewood, which is the secret the secret military base. That one. But yeah, so and the way that it works is for that is that you need to clear out the building. It needs plumbed. It needs to be plumbed, powered. There needs to be a car there for them, so that they can use. It needs 5,000 plus calories of non-perishable food, and so like I mean, there's some criteria that count for liberation slash creating an outpost. So there we go. If you're interested in the rat race, there you are. There's additional commands there. You can see the leaderboard. You can see the mods that I'm using specifically. But remember, those are mods that I'm using that are allowed. But then there are other optional mods that are allowed. But there's some stuff that's not allowed, right? And there, over time, we'll have a mod approval team. We'll have a we've got three teams being built right now, gradually. Like, I mean, it takes a little bit of time for transitional stuff to happen, but we've got three teams being crafted. One is called the mod approvals team. One of them is the And some of these teams cross over. Like there's members of in all three. But so like for example, I'm a member in all three teams. But so like there's the mod approval program. There's the exploits and bugs. Sort of the folks that say yay or nay to if you can use certain things or not. And then finally there's the leadership the leaderboard update squad, which is the ones that update the leaderboard based on the criteria sent into the Google document, which is the Google documents under character updates. Really straightforward. You just click it and you fill in all the info and ta-da, you can send in a thing. Be warned though, the leadership or sorry, I keep saying leadership because it's but it's not, it's the leaderboard update squad is going to be perusing the VODs. So like, because we want to see your perspective. And I'm sure other people will want to see your perspective too. Because that's the big thing of the rat race is to see all the different perspectives of a bunch of people doing different, like we're all using the same settings, but we've got different playthroughs going. Some people are going to Riverside, some people going to West Point, some people going to Muldraw. There's a handful of folks that are in Echo Creek, and they're all branching off now into different areas. Some going to Irvington, some going for the Wildlife Rehabilitation Center. Some people finish the cultist camp / Neil's farm off, and they're headed upwards towards Echo Creek proper and Guns Unlimited. It's really cool to see the different branching paths of everybody that's involved. It's essentially like a collab. It's like playing multiplayer almost without playing multiplayer. It's really cool. Anyone excited for the Switch 2? Is that like the new Wii? Like, is Nintendo releasing a new system? And they're just calling it Switch 2? Sounds kind of lazy. No offense at Nintendo, but I suppose you have had some issues lately, and maybe you've run out of some creative juice. Usually they're very good at naming stuff, like the Power Glove and, all those box things that they were creating to make people move around more, which like in motion tech and all of that. I mean, Nintendo's usually a lot more creative. I mean, the Wii, right? Think about it. The Wii is probably called the Wii because, I mean, you're moving around. Wii. Like, and the Switch was called the Switch initially because it switches between handheld and uh, console. Eh, They could have come up with something better than Switch 2. Like, normally you're anti Nintendo, but it's nice. Okay, I see. I'm anti. There's certain parts of console gaming that annoys me. I don't like the fact that the consoles try to make you pay for an extra subscription. I already pay for my internet. Why do I have to pay for a subscription to use my internet? That doesn't seem like a feasible, logical sense. That's one of the things that leaned me towards PC gaming in the first place, was because I was like, wait, I have to pay to use the internet I'm already paying for? Why? And they want me to go on their store and buy games on their store? Like, okay, fine. I don't mind digital downloads. I like Steam, so theoretically that's a good idea so that I can have a digital library, and that's much better so I can download the game to any console I want. But the problem with that is it's like I have to buy it with their currency. Okay, I got to buy it with your currency, which means I have to purchase a batch of your currency. And then not just that, but they make the currency awkward on purpose so that when you do purchase the currency, you don't have enough or you do have too much. So that you have a little bit of currency left in the account, so that you don't have enough to buy another game, but it's just there's a little bit left there, so that when next time you purchase, you see that's how they get you. It's really annoying. I don't like those kinds of things because they're psychological things that mess with people and get them to spend more money, as well as it's frustrating. It's the same mentality that started ages ago with, oh, when you put something 99, if you compare some two prices, 5.99 to $6, the people will go with the one that's 5.99 all the time. Why? Because it seems like it's cheaper. They see the 5 first and their brain goes, oh, 5 and change. They don't, they'll grab the 5.99 one. Even though it's a penny difference, and the second you add tax or anything, suddenly it's the same and or more. Like, it's just, I hate that stuff. It's psychological, annoying bullshit is what I want to call it. And Okay. Okay, I'm done. Sorry. There's few things can heat me up more than that stuff. I hope that Europe does change because I'm going to be moving to Sweden, so yes. I apologize. I don't mean to swear, but sometimes when you get heated, when it's tough, you can't think of the smart words to say and you say the stupid words, which is, one of those things, right? Um, that's what swear words are. I don't like swear words. I'm averse to them, but the reason being is because swear words are words that are being used improperly because you have nothing smart to say. That's what a swear word is. It's words that are used improperly. Like for example, the F word is actually, from what I remember, and this could be false information. So just for clarity's sake, I'm gonna say that you should look it up. But from what I remember, it's actually an acronym for fornication under consent of the king, which is basically being allowed to have children. So that's just one example. It's not even a word; it's an acronym, and it became a word over time, right? So there's that. And there's the same for any word. If any swear word, if you look up the actual meaning of the swear word, suddenly it doesn't make sense in the context that you're using it. Any word can be a swear word if used improperly. You know. Yeah, I very rarely say bad words because it's I don't like the improper use of language in that way. Even though sometimes I stumble with it myself, because well, uh, I don't. Yeah. Anyways, you never knew it had such a history. Yeah, I mean, there's probably more history on those sorts of things. And like I said, don't take me at face value. Look it up and make sure that you know for yourself, right? House hippos. Very much house hippos. Always house hippos. Make sure that you know what you're talking about. And if you don't, like, because once again, that information is old information that I remember from when I was very, very young, like really young. I learned these things. So I don't know if they're accurate, but I'm pretty sure, higher up. But yes. Anyways, let us continue with our rat race run. And like I mentioned before, today is XP goals. So if I hit my XP goals, the kill counts are not necessarily as much, and then we'll switch over to playing schedule one later. So hopefully that's understood, and we can enjoy. Yes, axes today. And a little bit of weight gain because and I'm actually going to start with the weight gain so that we don't have to be sitting there weight gaining for the whole time. So it's going to take me roughly not an hour but like just under. And also I want to remind everybody who's not able to go on the Discord that we are I did post on there that my work week is beginning. Like my work, it's more than a week. See, I do work frequently throughout the month, but the thing is usually it's for a few hours or less, sometimes depends. And then during the week that I'm working, like it right now, or like during this upcoming week, is when I'm most busy. Like I'm constantly calling people, I'm doing a bunch of things. So it ends up being very time taxing, and that's why I don't have a schedule. I just switched to part time so I can start VTuber and content creation. Congratulations! Best of luck to you. I'll warn you right now, it's good for a hobby. It's not necessarily the best for a profession. I have hopes of it being my profession when I move to Sweden, but once again, it's one of those things that where you gotta, it's one of the things that you gotta build up, and that like don't expect it to break the bank. It's not one of those things that's like crazy like and the reason why, like I said, I'm going to be trying it is because firstly, I have quite a bit saved. So I'm going to, and when I move with Emma, Emma and I will be working in tandem. So, so I have a chance to start it kind of thing. But I'm not trying to be discouraging, but at the same time, I'm trying to be realistic so that you understand, right? But it can definitely be something that can be a profession if you try, if you push for it and effort. It is a tough profession though. It is really tough. But I mean, carry forward, and it's so long as you're enjoying it and you're passionate about it and that sort of thing, it'll be fine. But yes, it's very much one of those things. Not exactly money. Okay, so there you go. Well, that's the perfect thing then. Absolutely phenomenal. I just like I said, I'm gonna be honest about all of the figures and stuff like that because I don't want somebody to be like, oh, I'm gonna start this and I'm gonna make it big. Uh, it's not like that. It doesn't work that way. It's like lottery. It's like I'm gonna win the lottery tomorrow. Um, I spent all of my savings on lottery tickets. It's like no, please don't do that. I've done the math on the lottery. You shouldn't do that. I sold my house. 1 in 3 chance. Here we go. No, 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 no. Don't 1 in 3 chance the lottery. And even that, it wouldn't be a 1 in 3 chance actually. It would be like actually here I'll do rough math on it real quick on the just this isn't 100% accurate, but based on averages, let's see. So we'll say based on averages, it will be a 4.6% chance according to my rough math. Now remember, that's not, and that's it. That's if you like, if you sold everything and like you had a fair amount to start with, it would be 4.6% odds, percent chance. You're more likely to be hit by a meteor or something. Actually, I don't actually know the odds of being hit by a meteor in reality. What are the odds? Let's look it up. Let's see. Hey, host. Unknown host. I'm looking up the odds of being hit by a meteor. What are the odds of being hit by a meteor? No, actually, it's actually better odds to be hit by a meteor than to win the lottery. Wow. Isn't that crazy? It's 1.6 million odds. 1 in 1.6 million odds to get hit by a meteor. Nifty. Thank you very much for the raid, by the way. I'm sorry. I'm just like, I was like looking, because I was comparing some things. Like, I'm like, oh, just, yeah, just being silly with probability, I guess. You like the black t-shirt? This black t-shirt right here? Yeah, it's nice, isn't it? But just hello, welcome. We are currently playing the Rat Race, which is it is essentially like a it's a challenge mode that's fairly difficult and really fun, and it's now it's changed moderation, so now it's been given over to the community, and we're going to be improving it over time. But yeah, in terms of not improving it, I mean, but like we're making it simpler to kind of like have multiple people on it, so that if somebody, if like for example, like if I have work this upcoming week, right? So I won't be able to participate in the updates and the approvals of stuff as easily because I'm working, right? So like that because of that, like we'll have other people that are going to be also on the team that can fill in the gaps when I'm not around, so on and so forth, right? So it's not just me. That's what I mean by simpler. Like it's easier or improve. I don't mean that it was perfectly fine before. The rat race was it was well managed. The documents great. It's just it's tough. It is tough for sure. But anyways, I should do my little intro thing, so I will do that really quick. Oh, oops, I pressed the wrong button. No, don't press buttons like that. Um, yes. Okay, let's do my intro thing. But hopefully your stream was good, host. Much else. Um, Go and rat race if, in case it's been missed. There's the new Discord and all of the links. So leaderboard would be specifically for the leaderboard. The other three links are specific to my run. So my traits, my mods, my settings. Of course, there's mods that are going to be approved and on mods that are going to be declined. Same for exploits and bugs that are going to be talked about. Stuff like that. And then, like I said, we have teams working on everything now, so it will be a lot more um, lighter work on than many hands make light work. It can also be many too many cooks spoil the broth, but in this case, it's many hands make light work. So. Yeah, I'm glad that the community's picked it up and it's good. Yeah, the management has been shifted because Lamprey's been having a lot of problems. First, there's the drama, which I'm not going to go too much into detail on. There was some drama, and many DMs were being sent to him. He was getting pinged a lot, lots of stuff like that. Meanwhile, he's dealing with a lot of stuff in his reality, like his PC blue screened. That on its own was pretty bad, and lots of stresses in that regard. You know, it's hopefully his PC gets fixed and or like and he's able to um get things sorted for himself in that way. That said, though, he's opting out completely. Like he completely opted out. He's now he still has a rat race run, but his rat race run he's made more difficult in a way, or at least it's I'm definitely keen to see how it works in terms of difficulty because he lowered some of the car volume, but he turned on meta events and helicopters, and then he adjusted some of the other settings to be so. I feel like it may be it's a little bit his is a little bit harder, right, than ours in my opinion. However, our vehicles are on times 10, so I don't know, it'll be cool to see the sort of the divergence later, like later on when he picks it back up. But yeah, he that's the biggest thing was that he was under a lot of stress. He was getting spammed, like, and people were bugging him. Hey, I got 5 more kills in my run. Can you please update the leaderboard? And stuff like that. And it's just too much. So it's so yeah. Blue screen is a reason for stress. I mean, it's what so the thing is it maybe it's not the blue screen of death that really is this reason for stress, but when you're dealing with a lot already, anything can be something that's stressful, and we don't know the reality of everybody's lives, right? So it could seem super mundane to us in terms of, oh, it that person has how did that cause them to break down, kind of thing. But in reality, and not that I'm saying that this is a breakdown, because it's not. It's just alleviating stress a little bit so that he can feel a little bit better, which is good. That's important. It's good to stay healthy. But my point is still this, that it doesn't necessarily need to be a ridiculously heavy event to break the camel's back, right? That's an old saying. It's the final straw to break the camel's back, right? A teeny tiny piece of hay lands on the camel, but that's all it takes is the final sort of nail in the coffin to cause it just to be done, right? It doesn't need to be big. Nothing needs to be big. But yeah, that's the thing. And he's definitely he needs a break. And so, like, obviously he's going through some stuff. So, like, give him some space, be understanding, be respectful, and above all else, keep the drama away from him. Don't ping him either to say, "Hey, I heard you're under some stress." No, he doesn't like to be DM'd. Don't DM him. Just let him be. Let him rest. He will recoup, he will charge his batteries, and he will then be able to come back to streaming in full force with probably, I'm hoping for a new PC. Like, I'm hoping he gets a new PC, he gets set up decently, everything is good, his internet is not screwing with him, stuff like that, so that he can kind of just be back in there too. And yes, Sui is amazing, absolutely phenomenal at data entry, as well as is phenomenal at organizing things. Not a huge surprise though. Sui's always been very good at that stuff. Ever since I first seen Sui way back when Sui was doing the hot potato stuff, as well as like way before, like before. So it's a great pleasure to work with Sui, as well as with a lot of the other folks that are going to be on the update squads, as well as the other squads that are involved. Yuri's doing a really good job in organizing the Discord. There's Nico's doing a good job running around doing the stuff that he does, and there's a handful of other folks that are going to be on the teams to keep things moving and keep things going properly. I do have all the documents saved in copies as well. So just in case, I don't expect any of us to be like silly and, go in and try to delete everything and stuff like that. But, just in case, I do have copies of everything. So it ends up being that it's fine. If that were to happen, we'd just wipe out those copies, revoke the access, and, you know, I would re-upload the new copies later. So it would be, and then I'd redesign and fix everything, update everything. Wouldn't take me long. The initial document update process took me 3 hours. The updates lately have been taking me under like 30 minutes a pop. Like I finished them fairly quickly, and then I expect that to be the same for the rest of the update squad when we get on it. I did a little tutorial on how to do it, and I'm looking forward to when those folks message me, because there's a handful of folks that I've sent messages out to, and they will be messaging me back because they wanted a position. So all good. Sounds good. Just needed confirmation. That's all. And then they get a position on the squad, and basically their job then will be to, when they have time, they can update the scoreboard through the process that we've set up. And the reason why the process is manual. To update the scoreboard, and the reason is because that way there's human eyes on the scoreboard, right? Because on the leaderboard, so that we know if somebody jumps suddenly from, like, I don't know, 40th to 4th on the scoreboard, then we can be like, oh wow, look at this person, let's go check out their run. We see their VOD, and they're perfectly, it's great. They've just been killing a lot. Maybe they did a 24-hour stream, and somehow they, with a strong character and spears, they go from a lower number to a really high number. That's kudos to them, right? But it's also for administrative purposes, to check for exploits and stuff like that. Obviously, we're not like primarily thumbing through for that, like, but if we see it, we'd bring it up, kind of thing. But hopefully that is understood, and folks get it a little bit of how the process is working. But yeah, to get onto the leaderboard, it requires the Google Doc, and then the rules to be followed, etc., etc. Standard procedure, so that we can keep things organized and good. And that way everybody can have a good time, because we have rules. There we go. And we obviously don't want to ban anyone from the competition or anything like that, but it's to keep order, right? That's what rules are for. Rules keep order, so that we have an understanding of the settings and the everything that encompasses the challenge. And then later will be for the prize, because we will have a prize at the end of the rat race. It's just a matter of, right now, there's no necessity to rush to the conclusion of what the prize is, because, hello, by the way, Ralphie, the conclusion, like, if you look at the person that's in first right now, right? It's the rat race has been going for about a month, maybe a month, maybe 2 months, or something like that, maybe a month. I don't remember when we started. We're 19 streams in, so that'd be at least 19 days. But I was also sick for 5 days, or 6 days, so it would be 20, 26. So yeah, roughly a month. The rat race has been going, right? And we're not even past the 10% mark in the first place spot. So we're like under 10%, right? So that should kind of give an idea that it's gonna take, it took a month to get 10 like 9%, 10%. It's gonna take another, at least not 9 months, but like kind of 9 months to continue, right? There's so much time left in this race because it's like a super long marathon, and there's going to be times where we're going to get tired and we're going to want to take breaks and stuff like that too, right? Like we're going to want to play other stuff. We're going to see a game that catches our interest, and we're going to probably go and do that. Same for Twist, right? And despite Twist being in first, I expect he's going to be the same. We all kind of take little breaks from our runs sometimes because it gets quite lengthy, and that then you got to pace yourself or you'll burn out, right? Anyways, there's so much time left to go that thinking about the prize right now is not necessary. The prize is a nice incentive, and there will be one, and it will be somewhat similar to the previous prize that was mentioned. So, roughly £1,000 or so. We were also discussing possibly doing 3D printed Spiffo statues, like maybe little rat race statuette minis or something like that. Or we've discussed a few things actually, but nothing has been confirmed yet. So, but that's the thing. There will be a prize though, so I do know that much. Little Spiffo statues would be cool. Or little rat race statues, or a statue of your character with like a Spiffo, or because it's this great Spiffo rat race, so we got to include Spiffo, a rat, and maybe your character, right? If you manage to make it to the end. But remember, it's really really difficult as a challenge because of the three criteria. You got to get to the point where you've got a perfect character, you've got your outposts are all claimed and cleaned and ready to go. All 13 of them. Remember, all of them are churches, which means that you've got to actually move a bed to the church, got to plumb a sink to the church, got to get a generator for the church, and then got to get them a spare car on these settings. Remember, I've been through quite a few parking lots, and I've not seen a car that's functional yet. Not one. However, that might change, right? Also, we got to remember that our gas settings are quite low. Like each pump has less than 1,000 if it has gas at all, and 25% of the pumps are empty, so completely empty all the way. So that means that our gas is not. We're not. It's still more gas than you'd ever use, probably, but there is a higher chance that stuff runs out. So, once again, how long could this challenge take? I'll put it like this: Lamprey did 954,000 kills. And that took him 1,501 hours to do before his character met its end in Moldra due to a series of unfortunate mistakes. That said, his run was about 5 to 6 years in game, 1 year in reality. He was almost at the 1 year mark. He was like 11 months something, if I remember right, for his character in reality. So this is a lengthy challenge, really, really long, meant to be really, really long, but it is what it is, right? Anyways, let's move on. Right now in the process of doing some fishing. The Zomboid community is hardcore. It can be. It can be quite hardcore, yep. And yeah, that's just how it is. We really like this game, and to that extent. You do and then paint them. That's a good idea. By the way, I am noting these things down. So like painted 3D sculptures sounds like a cool idea. There's a lot of cool things that we could possibly do. So like I mean, and we'll come to the bridge when we come to it later on. The big thing about it right now, though, is that I know that fiscally, I'm not going to be able to do anything financial immediately. But something that we can all pull in for and stuff like that, right? Later. I am, remember, trying to move across the world, so it's going to be quite taxing on its own. But I'm going to try my best, as always. And I will look for avenues of where things can be, like, we can make it work. I literally am setting up this stuff in a moment for a paint stream. Oh yeah, absolutely. That sounds awesome. I know quite lot of folks that do minis actually. I was thinking of chit chatting with a couple of them. Like Gaz is big on minis. Ruby does minis. There's a lot of really really talented artists that I know of that do minis and are very very skilled. So I'm going to reach out to them about that stuff later. Once again, this is not something that needs to be done right now because we're less than 10% into the challenge. When we get closer to like 40%, 50%, okay, now we can start really thinking about it maybe. But even then, that's only halfway, remember, which would mean that that's half the time spent. Means that there's still another half of time to be spent, right? Yeah. Oh yeah, I know Gaz is great. Gaz is fantastic. One of my good friends. Where do I live now? I live in Canada. If you want to know specifically which province, I let folks know that I live in Alberta, but I don't want to de-dox myself, so please don't dox me. Because I was told that doxing is bad and that I should try to be as less forthcoming with certain types of information that I can. But if somebody were to go back into my VODs and dig, they would eventually find out that that is the case. That, um, Alberta, Canada. Protect yourself at all costs, but at the same time, it's so just that one of those things where, I don't know, I don't want things to be bothersome or cumbersome or people to be silly, you know? Yeah, I am Canadian, which, it's not why I'm nice. Because we should be nice anyways. It doesn't matter which, which part of the world you're from. Like, we should just be good to each other. That's just how it goes. At least that's my mentality on it. No, my fire went out. Panic. Run in a circle. Firewood. But yeah, it's one of those things. I don't mind that stuff, and I'm quite like I'm very transparent a lot of the time with my thoughts and things that are going on in my life and stresses as best I can, as best I can be, right? Because I need to keep you guys in the loop. You guys need to be aware of my thoughts and processes. Otherwise, I think like for example, when I was talking about possibly making streaming a profession and stuff like that, if I just sit here and hope for it, it's not going to happen, right? It might happen. But the thing is it's better to have those thoughts out there so that folks know, so that folks are like, oh, okay, you're actually trying to do that. All right, well, yeah, you know, stuff like that. It's just a short 53-hour drive away. I mean, depending, right? Yeah. Nova Scotia's nice. There we go. But yeah, it's one of those things, right? Very much, let's see, do I have bait on you? I do. Okay, good. This place, I probably should catch another fish just to be on the safe side. We won't chop it up though, we'll just throw it on the ground. But yeah, I don't mind people asking questions. If you guys want to ask questions, ask away. And if it's something that's too personal, I will say it. I will be like, yeah, that's too personal, I'm not going to answer that. Or, other such things, right? Be like, I don't feel like answering that one. Sometimes it's awkward, right? I'm just gonna, I think. Oh, this one still has bait. Yeah, it varies. But yeah, Gaz is fantastic. Ruby is amazing. Ruby the Lazy Goblin. I should shout them both out, though. Like, they are fantastic individuals. But I don't know. Can I shout Gaz out? Because I know Gaz was having problems with Twitch. Because Gaz sometimes has because he's part of the art community. Sometimes he has issues due to some of his art, which sucks. It does suck. Have I lived anywhere else? I've lived in lots of places, actually. Yes. You mean anywhere else in the world, though? A couple of places. want to cut this up now? No, I'll just leave it on the ground. Place you there. But yeah, I had a brief stint in the States. I've lived all around, like, a lot of different, like, parts of this province specifically. Like, I've tons of different areas here. And then I have been to lots of places as well, but I've not lived there, but I have a home there. Does that make sense? Despite not being there all the time, like for example, in Sweden, when I'm visiting with Emma, which I have done several times, um, it's my home too, regardless of the fact that I don't actually live there right now. Yeah, sounds good. Oops, I clapped for you. I hope that's okay. I pressed the wrong button, but it's all right. I was gonna do a piece. It's okay. I failed. Awkward. But yeah, you have my videos filled with love, mental sunshine, and happiness. I'm fine with contentment instead of happiness, because as much as I like being happy, I really do. I think being happy is great. So long as my time is content, I'm good. Baby's getting fussy. Understandable. But yeah, I feel like I feel like I have a home in Sweden. Like it's waiting there for me with an Emma. And I got to watch Emma play Pirate Yakuza yesterday until eventually we wrapped up and I went to sleep and Emma went to I don't know if Emma went to sleep either. Probably not. Yes. Have a great day though. Let's see. What am I doing? Oh yeah, we need to do fitness stuff. Let's unpack you, unpack the happy face pillow, and unpack the tent. And here we go. Tent goes there. But yeah, thank you again for the raid, Unknown. I do very much appreciate you, as always. The Unknown Host. He is the one. One day you will have a run that goes for a ridiculously long time and you'll kill all the zombies. And then you'll be alone in the world and you'll be like, I did this. Champion of Monmouth County. You'll take the claps are okay? Alright, I'm glad, because I pushed the wrong button. For the way that my tuber works, in case anyone is curious, like I said, I'm transparent with pretty much as most things, but I have the usage of my arms, right? This is through arm tracking, right? So I can move my fingers, I can everything. It's arm tracking, right? I can wave, I can clap, and I can yawn. Those are all things that I can do at the moment. And as time goes on, I'll figure out more of how to comfortably use my hands. I'm still getting used to it. It's still weird to have hands, like it really is. Because I haven't had hands for months, remember? So my tuber was first sort of unboxed, kind of, so to speak, in December, right? So I've only had my tuber for like a few months, so like four months or so, or something like that. Um, and so far we've gone from there's been a lot of changes, a lot of upgrades, a lot of adjustments, and we're still in the process in the 1.0 section, but we are making it work. It's the cutest yawn ever. I mean, a little bit, right? It's just like yawn. It's good. I'm very pleased with my tuber. And it is future proofing for the future when I'm with Emma. So the plan is so like I've mentioned before, I don't mind being on camera myself, but my partner does not like that sort of stuff. So my partners are not really keen on being on camera or any of those kinds of things. So this is more for future. Is it like a Yamaguchi or a Tamagotchi? Does it need to be fed? I don't know. Emma needs to be fed and watered, but I don't know if I need to. Like, maybe? Sometimes. Sometimes I need to. I am a human being. I need to eat and drink. Yes. But yeah, it's definitely interesting, and I'm really hyped about it in lots of ways. Um, we've already been discussing some like other stuff that we're gonna do eventually, and like I'm the kind of person that's kind of always wanting to move forward, so we'll be adjusting, and eventually there may be like 2.0, and eventually so on and so forth. But it's one of those things where I'm happy where we are now, and this is at least the start, right? We've actually got the start of something, and I'm really happy about it. And then eventually I move in with Emma. Things get really much better from there. Because then I get to be with my partner every day. I get to make my partner dinner every day. And I get to attempt to stream as a profession, which would be very nice. Like I've mentioned before, though, it's an attempt to stream as a profession, which is going to be then met with, what's it called? If we have success, great. And if we don't, I have backup plans in terms of my professional skills, and I can then fall back on my professional skills and get work, which would be, if it works out, it works out. If not, then no, it doesn't. But we'll figure it out. It takes time, and I'm hyped. I'm definitely hyped. But like I mentioned before, I'm going to be putting those thoughts out there so that folks can understand. And then, like, I'm not the kind of person that's bombastic in the sense of doing subathons or like a good example is that a lot of tubers like to do a debut, right? They debut showing off their model, etc. I'm not like that. When I got my tuber, I just, here it is, ta-da, and then off I went and played Zomboid. It's just, I'm not bombastic in that way. It's not something that's for me. I'm not keen. If I want to stream for 20 hours, I'm going to stream for 20 hours. I don't need a reason. I don't need, like, I'll just do it. And I know there's a lot of other folks that are here on the platform that do the same kind of thing, that are very similar in that way. Some folks they try to incorporate subathons and stuff for hype and whatnot. And I understand what it's for, and I get it, but it's not for me. So like, I mean, if I were to do that sort of stuff, like I didn't do a partner push or anything like that because I wasn't interested in that. I'm interested in being here. That's the, I want to be here. Like, it's my hobby, and it's been something I've been doing for many, many years. And I like being here. That's just who I am. Right. But yeah, people are intricate and they're complicated. And like you're saying, they're just, it's interesting, the different styles and different people that exist. And, you know, yes, bombastic is a word. Yes, indeed. It means to be like hyped and over the top with your emotions. Somebody who's very much high energy. I'm a mixed bag. So I feel like I'm high energy sometimes. I'm very chill a lot of the time, but I am high energy when I am passionate about something. As you guys have probably already figured out, when I'm passionate about something, it comes through, and it very much is noticeable, right? Like I'm excited, it's in my voice, it's in my tone, it's just the way it is, right? Um, so bombastic, Mr. Fantastic. Shaggy did some good songs. Wasn't me. Wasn't me. Sorry, my brain is you're just ADHD go burr. I'm losing track of where I was. My apologies. But yeah, passionate rants happen, and those are my times when I am at my peak for kind of energy, usually, and I can put it forth like, and people can, it resonates around you, right? You can really feel it in somebody. It's like something that is you just you feel it. It's there. It, it's 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 something you can grasp. Yeah, it's neat. I find that really cool. But anyways, it's one of those sorts of things. Yeah, it's difficult for to because some like I said, and then I don't like social media because social media very frequently is very toxic. I like seeing the frog pictures and I like going on there sometimes to see what my friends are posting. That said, though, I'm really not keen on social media. So like X slash Twitter, Blue Sky. I like Blue Sky most out of all of them, but but I'm still gonna include it. Facebook and what's that other one? Reddit. Reddit is the other one. I don't really like them because they're very they're they're just not pleasant places to be. I find, at least just for me. I haven't found joy in those places. Although I know you can still look around. People still use Facebook. Yeah, I still get requests from my nan to, hey, can you give me nails for my Farmville? Which, by the way, no, I'm not going to. Not going to participate in your farm. It's not happening. I know my nan's not here, but I'm not gonna not doing the Farmville. It's not happening. Not interested. Been asked so many times. Box of nails, hammer, planks. No, I don't want to play that game. It's weird. Weird game. I'm not trying to say it's a bad game. It's just it's not for me. All right, we're nice and clean. All right, let's do some. I'm gonna do one more batch of exercises. Actually, I'm gonna go to sleep. So where are you? Favorite and equip the bag. But yeah, people do still use Facebook and a bunch of other things. I don't know if people actually use Facebook gaming, like the streaming thing. I was given the opportunity to do that at one point in time, and I turned it down. I was like, nah, I'm not interested. Because I've had one heck of a streaming journey for sure. And it's still going. Like, the streaming journey's not over. I'm participating in more right now as we speak. Like, it keeps going, which is cool. I like the streaming journey. But, yeah. Configuration, strength. Remember, we're doing some strength training because um, we're actually approaching nearly level 8 strength. You appreciate the words and added explanations. I do apologize to some folks that I am so tutorialish, like that I'm like very much that I accidentally long-wind a lot of the things I say, and that it seems like I'm telling things like I state I state the obvious a lot, like a lot, and I feel like it's both a blessing and a curse because I get a lot of people that are like, oh wow, I didn't think about that. To me, it's all just obvious. Like it's just the obvious, right? Meanwhile, I do know that there's quite a lot of folks that have expressed like you don't need to tutorialize that for me. A lot of the time when I do that kind of stuff, I'm actually doing it in broad stroke for a lot of people, and it's just an old habit. So I don't like it's not on purpose for one individual. It's more so to help the folks that don't know. I have Navi energy. Hey, listen, listen, hey, listen. Oh my god. I have Navi energy. Really? Do I? I might. Oh no. Uh, listen, hey, listen. Listen, hey, listen. Oh dear. Away from all the apps and notifications. That's good. Yeah, I would go back to a flip phone. This phone here that I have, I'm likely not going to be able. Like, I'm gonna have to change phones eventually and phone carriers, because well, obviously I won't be here, so that's gonna have to shift. And when it does, that's gonna be awkward because then I'm gonna have to change a bunch of telephone numbers on a bunch of stuff and authentication and whatnot. It's just tedious nonsense. But it'll be what it is, right? Which phone do I got? Mine's a Samsung something or other. I don't know. I just pick whatever one is free with my phone plan. And then every time they like eventually they ask me, "Hey, do you want to upgrade for free?" I'm like, Yeah, of course. I'm gonna stay with my same phone plan, thank you. But yeah, send me a new phone for free. Of course, it's not technically for free because it comes out of your bill. So, but still, I mean, it's as free as you can get it, which is nice. I always go a couple of models down though to make sure that it's extra cheap. So I don't know what my phone is, but it's Samsung something or other. And it's my third or fourth one. I don't remember if it's third or fourth, but that they've given me. And I just recently got rid of the other ones, like the other phones. Like I sent them to in to be like for they gave them back, and they give me money. But I warned them that one of them was defective because it was very frustrating. And this is a story that I tell once in a while about why I don't use Apple products. Um, so I didn't. I went to get a phone, right? And they sold me a phone, and it was great, and everything was wonderful. However, I found out later that that phone had a defective charger port, right? So it wasn't charging properly. It was broken. So I went to the Apple store and said, "Hey, can can we fix this?" They're like, "Yep, sure we can. We can send it in and get it fixed right away." I was like, "Okay, sounds great. Perfect. What do I do now that I don't have a phone because I need a phone?" They're like, "Oh, we can sign you up for a lender phone." I was like, "Okay, sure. Sign me up. How long is that going to take?" "Oh, we don't know." I was like, Okay, is there any ETA at all?" They're like, nope, no ETA." I was like, "Okay. So what are the other options?" They're like, "The only other option is that we can sell you another phone." Like, I was like, "Another phone? Is that's the only option I have?" And they're like, "Yeah, that's the only option you have." And so I ended up paying for a brand new phone, like full price. I was like, nah, "Okay, sounds good." And then after I paid, I used that phone for a while. I received the other one back, gave both Apple phones in when I was upgrading, and I swapped to the different, like I swapped to Samsung. I was like, "I'm not doing that ever again. I don't appreciate that." Maybe it was the customer service representative trying to get some extra points or whatever, or I don't know, but it was an unpleasant experience that I ended up having to pay thousands of dollars for, and I was unpleasant. It was like, no, that's dumb. I didn't enjoy it. Never again. Although there's parts of this phone that I don't like as well. Like I said, those flip phones were absolutely phenomenal. They lasted all day. Now, of course, that could be nostalgia clouding it though, like rose-colored glasses. But at the end of the day, I remember them being fairly good. Some of them, like you could run over them, you could drop them all the time, and it would have been fine. Like it's not recommended, but they were definitely more durable than these phones are. But perhaps that's in the future. They're going to give us better durability on the phones and better battery. And I heard that that's the case for wireless headsets. I had several people in the chat telling me that the wireless headset game has been like phenomenally increased, and that I should give them another try. Do you guys still think that, or because I am going to be getting a new headset, not for here. I'm going to try and make this tech that I have last as absolutely long as I possibly can, so that we can just buy new tech for when I move in with Emma. Um, so like I'm just going to make do as things are getting to their worn point, and if I have to, I'll buy budget versions of stuff for now. But if the what's it called? Um, But yeah, some folks were telling me the wireless headset technology has gotten significantly better, and that it lasts a lot longer. But I used to have a wireless headset for a little while, and I used to have to always plug it in because it would run down while I was playing and just run out of energy. And I remember them being not very good. I remember the cord being kind of very worn, like it wore out real quick. overall, I just didn't enjoy having a wireless headset, so I went back to wired. If you got a raindrop on a smartphone, it would be toast. Meanwhile, you not just in a toilet, you could like lose it fishing, and then you could dive in the water, get it out, and then it was good still. We're on a fishing trip right now. I bet you Van, if he had a cell phone, it would totally be one of those. Be like, plunk. Oh, I gotta go get it. Run back into the water. It's fine. It's fine. Obviously, that's not the case. Obviously, those phones also wore out, but it's fun to exaggerate like that a little bit. You never buy wireless anything? Me neither. I'm very big fan of wires. Why? Because I trust wires. But I do know that wireless tech could be, in theory, getting better. And as a result, I was just curious how good it's gotten since. So, but it's not. I mean, I don't know. It's different, right? Full use, but mine broke when I was putting it back on, and it was within the warranty. So you got it replaced for free. That sounds awesome. But yeah, a lot of folks have. Some folks feel like Razer is gamer bait, and I mean sometimes. I'm really upset with their Death Adder line right now, specifically because I've seen the Death Adder as its versions go on get cheaper in its make. So it used to be a lot more durable and a lot better, right? In its previous makes in version 1 and version 2. But I think this version that I have is a version 3 or a version 4 or something. And it's very like if you I have both mice and can compare them. The plastic like it's cheaper plastic. It's the cord is made of mesh, and is the previous cord was made of a thicker plastic that was much more durable. Like it's frustrating to see, but at the same time, I understand why they have to make do with their product, so they downgraded on some of the materials used, right? So I get it. I'm not keen on it, and I've been having problems with this particular mouse disconnecting sometimes, which is fine because like I mean it very rarely does it, and even if it were to do it in Zomboid, I'm still controllable. I can still control my movement, so I could probably run away, so it'd be okay. It'd be sucky though if I was playing competitive gaming or something like that, you know? You think Data's letting you visit? I don't think it will. I think it'll kick you out. You behave though best you can, Nigo. If you're able to visit, you're able to visit. I don't think it'll keep you here. I think like as you've been in and out of streams all day. I've seen. In and out, in and out. I'm here for a second. Oh, no, Data's gone. Sad Nico bunny face. But yeah. Yeah, it can be tough with some of those. At least I have full phone battery now. That's fair. Right now I'm bulking again. That's why I'm on the beach. Not a huge secret though. Big data. I upgraded my phone plan ages ago, and then I'm on a plan that doesn't exist anymore. That's usually what happens, though. Plans get adjusted and updated and stuff, and I stay on the old plan. My account is like ancient. Somebody's like, "How are you still on this plan?" When I call in, and I'm like, "I don't know, but you don't take me off it. You leave me on that plan." Ancient plans from back when prices are adjusted. Look, we can get you some free stuff. Please get off that plan. No, I'm staying on this plan forever. I don't want your free stuff. I want to stay on my plan. Please, please, we'll give you anything you want. Free phone? You want a free phone? Maybe. Maybe later. Let me stay on my plan. I like that. That's funny. That's what happened the first time. Is I got a free phone because I was like, I want to stay on my plan, and they're like, we'll give you a free phone. I'm like, no, I don't want a free phone. Look, I messed up and I said yes to this because I thought you said yes. I was like, oh, you didn't. And they're like, yeah, I'll make sure we give you extra credit. I was like, okay. I've had that happen at least once. It's like, it's okay. People make mistakes. But at the same time, I like where I'm at. I'm the kind of person that when I'm in a routine, especially, I like my routine. It's nice. It's fun. You in department years ago and you just forgot to change the plan? No, that's fair. We won't tell. Don't worry, you're good. We don't even have information on any of you. I don't know what's going on, so you're good. Don't worry. It's just like one of my employee friends back when I was working for Blockbuster a long, long, long time ago, right? They used to take extra movies on my account because I used to never ever go over my limit, right? I used to take like because we got free movies, right? That's part of the employee package is that you get free movies. You got free movies to take home, and you could take the new releases home way in advance so that you would be able to talk to people about the new releases and then be able to upsell it, right? Anyways, that said, so most of the time I would take a handful of the new releases home, like the ones that were going to come out, right? And I would then watch them so that I could be ready for to upsell. But that said, I very, very rarely ever went over like we were given. I can't remember if it was like 14 or uh, something like that movies that we could take out at a time. So I very rarely was over like three or two. So I one of my friends though was very into movies. Like I said, my friend coworker friend. They were really into movies and watching all of these ones. I'm like, you want to watch more? They're like, yeah, but I don't want to pay. I was like, just take them out on my account. It's fine. So they had an extra like 10. I had an extra 10, and it was funny because my manager was amazing, by the way, and my fantastic manager, one of the best managers I've ever had, and kind of where they it was he's like explaining, so you went from 4 movies to 14 movies a week. I was like, I'm suddenly interested in movies. Yeah, but you're not though. I was like, um, yeah, you got me. And they're like, I don't care. It's fine. You go ahead and do whatever you want. It's okay. Technically, you're not supposed to, but I mean, who's really gonna know? So it's like it's fine. I was nice. That manager was awesome. I will never forget them. There was a handful of folks that will have a place in your memory. There's friends that I've had it when I was working in restaurants and stuff like that. They're fantastic individuals as well. But there's those old memories that you hold, and you'll be like, oh yeah, I remember that. I remember watching Tangled 8 million times. Yeah, but yeah, coworker slash friend. They invited me to play a version of Seen It where I kicked all their asses, though. It was for a New Year's party right before how old was I think it was a New Year's party, and they played me in Disney Seen It back when I was a teenager, and I'd seen all those Disney films recently. Like I back then I'd seen them all like pretty recent. So I had all the answers, and they were like, "How do you know all this stuff?" Oh wait, you're young, that's why. I was like, "That's not the only reason. They're good films." Oh, you managed a movie store for years? Oh, and you would have been cool with it too? Yeah, exactly. See? Good times. I remember those times, and they were fun. And it was sad to leave those times behind. I remember when the shop was closing down, and I remember why, and I was not. It's the first time in business where I seen the cruelty of business firsthand, and I was like, wow. So our Blockbuster was doing fine. There was no issues with our Blockbuster at all in terms of prices and stuff like that. Not even like even Netflix and all those things wasn't really affecting our sales all that much. Not really. So what kind of happened that I can kind of go into on this a little bit was the international Blockbuster chain, like so the original Blockbuster, which is the Blockbuster International, was bought out by a company called Dish Network. So Dish Network bought out Blockbuster International. Then they couldn't afford Blockbuster Canada, so they sued them for copyright infringement on the name Blockbuster. And because of that lawsuit and them losing, Blockbuster Canada was forced to close down. It's such a scummy, disgusting way to be. So horrible. I was like, wow. And lots of people lost their jobs as a result. So, and not to say that Dish Network is the same way that it was back then. I don't know. Once again, I'm not sure but I just remember that and thousands of employees lost their jobs because of that lawsuit. And I was like, wow. And I was one of them. But then again, I mean, losing that job ended up because I got my like I said, my manager was really good at the time. I got let go with severance. So I was able to then transition that into some other stuff that I was working on at that point, right? Um, and it ended up being a boon in a way that I lost that job. But at the same time, it's still sad, right? Because at the time, I enjoyed some aspects of it. There are some aspects in any profession that you will just enjoy, right? I liked the repetitive tasks, like constantly fixing the movies and putting things in alphabetical order or by their barcode. And I liked organizing things and doing the credit score stuff where, you do the reverse credits and stuff like that, which was fun. I liked doing that stuff. Although in hindsight, that stuff is the stuff that makes it so that you can't buy a house and you can't buy a car if because of late fees so I was part of that process, and it made me laugh a little bit at the time. I do apologize to those folks in hindsight, but at the same time, bring your movies back on time and you won't have that problem. If you want to not have issues, be more punctual. There are a few things that bother me more than people's, causing their own problems and then complaining about it. You caused that problem for yourself. Stop complaining about it. There was an option that could have kept you better, like could have kept you safe, but you chose the other option. Because in our particular location, as well as most of the blockbusters that I know of, leap movies do affect credit scores significantly. Actually, they used to, anyways, because they would directly they would be counted as an owing balance that's on your account that would inflect in a negative way. It's like you're not paying back a debt. Anyways, moving on. There was two options. There was a 2-day option that you could get if you were gonna just bring, you want to watch the movie tonight and bring it back the next night, kind of deal, right? And then there was the 7-night option. The 7-night option cost like $1 or $2 more, right? $1 or $2 more, but it gave you two things. It gave you a week to bring the movie back, and it gave you late fee protection. That's actually what it gave you for $2 more. And so you get to bring it back at your leisure, and it gave you late fee protection. And there were so many people that I'd be like, please, you should get the 7-night option. It'll keep you safe. I know you're not going to bring it back. And they're like, no, just give me the 2-night option. It's $2 cheaper. No, it isn't, because you're going to get late fees, and those late fees are going to incur a balance that is much larger than your current one. You don't understand how math works, and you're hurting your credit score. It's like, it's just, this is one of the reasons why I'm the way I am with my stuff. Like, it's partly that. So you can trace back my understanding and learning about certain things, and you can really understand how I was built up as a human being, and it's interesting. But it's also frustrating because I've seen so many people just like so many people. And this is why I don't like people. Like I said, I like individuals. I don't like people. Ah, so many people. Ah, sorry. Ah, okay, relaxing. Like I said, certain things can get me excitable and what's it called? I don't know. It's just it's like there's passion there, right? Persons are cool. Yeah, exactly. Persons are cool. People, yeah, people suck. Very seldom do I see the word persons, though. That is a multiplicative of people, which exists, but it is based on individual. Interesting choice of words. But, kudos. The there we go. Yeah, people suck for sure. But like when they're being silly, because they think that they're saving their money, but they're not. They're throwing their money away and right into the garbage. I'm no better on some things. I will admit it. But I know that's knowing is part of it, right? Certain things that I spend on and that I'm like, I shouldn't have bought that. It's just gonna sit in the drawer. But impulse buy is something that happens sometimes. You have to really work hard not to impulse buy. And things are built to get you. Like that's the thing. And systems are built in the way that they are to affect us in certain ways, and it's intentional. But yeah, call centers. I've worked with call centers, and I haven't worked in a call center, but I've worked in call center or like with call centers and with people who are working in the call centers, and I understand 100% of how they feel. Like I've as anyone can imagine, it's a tough job. It's not easy to be in a call center, and then people just assume that you know everything, that there is the exact problem that they're having, or like, okay, hi, this and this, but I need context. You don't I don't know what's going on right now. You are just expecting that I know your issue immediately, and it's not the case. Same for if you're in an ordering call center. It always does depend, right? It's tough. It depends on the type of call center. Sometimes tech support, sometimes like and sometimes it's so silly, the solutions. That whole joke about is it plugged in is like ah okay. That's why whenever I would call for those kinds of tech things, I would be like, "Hi, can I just talk to I gave them the notation that to talk to somebody directly, because me and that person, we got each other. Like, I made a grievous mistake though, at one point with the call center. So I'll the power went out for our entire block, right? Power goes out, and obviously if the power is out, we can't do anything, right? So I call on my cell phone to be like, "Hi, I'm, so and so, and this is this and that and other thing." Anyways, um and I'm explaining everything, right, to them. I'm like, "The power's out. I don't know how long it's going to be out. Um, we'll wait and see for a couple hours, but if not, then we got to close down. So for the day." So they're like, "Okay." I'm like, and then I made the mistake. It was the grievous mistake of saying, "If there is anything that you need, You can call this number. And I gave them my cell number. Never again am I going to do that. Never. Because for years after I stopped working there, they're still calling me and asking me questions. And the funniest part is, I know the answer to their questions. So I'm like, yeah, so this is the answer to your question, but you need to contact this number and you need to go through it with them because I don't work there. They're like, thank you. But I'm like, please don't call this number. And then eventually I got sick of it. So I called, I no, no. So I asked them to send me to the higher ups and higher ups and higher ups until I could get my number erased. And then it finally got erased eventually after a couple of years. But it was just so funny. Like, I want to say like 2 years later after working there, like it's just still getting phone calls. And I was in Sweden at one point with it. Like I was in Sweden. I was asleep. Emma was asleep. And suddenly my phone goes off. I'm like, what's going on? Who's calling me? And it's them. And I was like, oh, wow. I'm across the world from this place. How the heck am I? Like, and then but I still knew the answers. So I was like, okay, so here's the procedure. And thank you. Okay, goodbye. And I was too tired at that time to get them to get the number off. I did, like I said, I did get the number off of there eventually. It took a while though. Oh, it was so funny though. Thinking back to that scenario, it woke me up, kind of half woke Emma up, but Emma went back to sleep right away. And I'm sitting there in the kitchen like, okay, so here's what you need to do. Okay. It's like, uh, I, I'm sorry. I should be playing Zombie, but I'm so distracted in nostalgia and just silly. It's silly stories that just ludicrous people and just happenstance. I should have let them go to an invoice or send them an invoice. I mean, they did tax my time a little, but at the end of the day, I've got a funny story out of it. So, the story gives me laughter when I think about it. So, the, you know, isn't that important too? I think it's important too that I can think back to these silly, stupid mistakes that I've made, and then also the fact that, like, I mean, like I said, I wasn't an employee there, and I was like still helping them and figuring out stuff for them and stuff. It was hilarious. It was so funny. And same for the other place that I worked. They got me to come in and do inventory. I wasn't working there. They're like, I don't know how to do the inventory. Can you come do it? I was like, yeah, sure. So I showed up and I did the inventory. And then I got a comment about it later. I was like, oh, you don't have to come and do inventory. We'll show them how to do it. But, like, I mean, I was like, yeah, okay. But, and then time goes on, right? Trudges forward. But some people are just not comfortable doing certain things, right? Uh, funny stuff. Let's have a look. Yeah, our stuff here is weird in general in Canada. Let's be honest, we're weird. I mean, they're weird in the States too. We're weird all over the world. It's humanity. Humanity's weird. We're weirdos, all of us. I don't think we'll ever. Maybe that's why there's no aliens or anything like that. It's because we're weirdos. They just don't want to associate with us. Those strange meat people, we don't associate with them. You don't go down and talk to them. Not allowed. Where do I find the rat race leaderboard? Exclamation point leaderboard. If you're looking to try to post yourself on there, though, you need to follow the directions in the Discord. So rat race and leaderboard. There you go. If you're just a viewer, though, that wants to just check out the leaderboard, there you go. There's the link. But alternatively, use the previous one to find the Discord. And the Discord has all the same sort of information and stuff. Anyways. What was I doing? I can't remember. Yeah, you're just a viewer? Oh, no worries. There's nothing wrong with just being a viewer. You can still join the Discord. And you can, you can check out the leaderboard there. And it was just updated yesterday, so if there's anybody who needs their stuff updated properly, they need to follow the Google document. And if you didn't, well, I mean, 'tis what it is. You'll figure it out. Or you won't get updated. You'll stay where you are on the leaderboard. And then if you're inactive for, I think we agreed for a week. I think it's a week of inactivity. Then we move them from the active board to the historical board. And then if they want to come back, they can get put back on the active board if by submitting something to the Google document. Ketchup and all dressed chips, yeah. French bars, Aerosmith bar, or Aero bars, Smarties, Coffee Crisp. Tragically, naked ladies, Sloan. Yeah, that's interesting. You're quite correct. There's a lot of things that are very common that are just in Canada. Yeah, Twist did hit 100K. Yep. Kudos to Twist. Twist does a good job. There we go. And then same for actors like Jim Carrey. We can include Bieber as well. I haven't really listened to any of Bieber's songs, but I aside from Baby, I think I've heard a few times, but it's just not haven't heard. Yeah, Buzz did lose the character just a little while ago, Freddy, unfortunately, but he still does have his original, his other character. "154 centimeter big blue catfish." This thing is a monster. He's at 2K with the new one? Yeah, he'll get back up there. Buzz is really, really good at the game. Fantastic Zomboid streamer. He's good at all the games he plays. He plays a lot of games that are very tough as well, that are tough sandbox games like 7 Days to Die, and I've seen him play quite a lot of other games. He was joking about Minecraft yesterday, and I will admit he got me for sure. Like he did get me. I thought he actually was gonna play Minecraft. In my brain, I had a file folder or like a filing cabinet of all my Minecraft knowledge being opened, and I'm like, okay, I gotta help Buzz, but I gotta make sure that it's because I know normally he doesn't like backseating, even though it says that he wants us to backseat him. It was a big April Fool's Day joke thing. But he does really like his tough challenges. Which is one of the reasons why he got in the rat race, right? As an American, thank you for poutine. Yeah, poutine's great. Gotta enjoy that. Some cheese curds and some gravy and some fries. Or chips, depending on where you are in the world. I do very much like it as well. Jeez, those things are. This axe is way better than chopping trees than the other one. Where were these when I was doing my wall? These I can make on a dime. Like, I can make these easy. Easy peasy. Where the heck were these when I was building my wall? They were here in build 42, hidden away. I would have liked these to be part of my run. One of those. But yeah, those cheese curds, yeah, this is decent. I'll have that sometimes. It's not my favorite thing to eat, though. It's one of those things that it's nice to have as a side, but I very much am big on having, trying to think. What is my preferred side choice right now? Lately I've been very much enjoying a veg side of some kind. Right, top of the fisherman. Ooh. Ooh, that sounds lovely. Yeah, when I was in Sweden, I didn't get to try that stuff that people were talking about just recently yesterday. The surströmming. Never got to try it. And then Emma told me, like I said before, that it's not popular enough, and as a result, it may get discontinued. Not enough of the younger people enjoy it. And by the way, Ice Rogue, hopefully you're having a good day. My day's been pretty good so far. Right now we're in bulking season. Please film it if I try it. I'm willing to try anything. I don't mind that sort of thing. Not gonna guarantee I'll like it, but you know, there's a few things that I dislike. You redid your monitor layout. Oh, nice. Sounds good. Oh, you're going for a Linkin Park concert. That sounds hype. You'll have to tell us how it goes. I haven't been to a concert in like, have I ever been to a concert? I might have been to a concert. Maybe. I've been to orchestral stuff, but have I ever actually been to like a concert? So, if it didn't sound like I was posh before, I've not been to a concert, but I've been to some orchestras. I've heard some opera. Like, I mean, that makes me sound so posh. My goodness. Um, uh, but yeah, I don't think have I been to concerts? I don't know. What's posh? It is to be fancy in like it's like being fancy but a little bit more over the top fancy. So it's like exaggerated fancy is what I would say. Like somebody who's like really not snobby but kind of, right? That's posh. It's like borderline snobbish, kind of. The I'm better than you because I'm fancy. Yeah, kind of, basically. Like Squidward. Yeah, like Squidward. Squidward is posh, for sure. The pronunciation, it's not nugget, it's nugget. Uh, very posh. I'm not going to eat regular food. I am going to eat honey dipped nuggets. There we go, bunch of water bottles. Fill the cans. Yeah, I don't think that though. I don't think I'm better than you guys or anything like that. That'd be silly. But no, I don't know if I've been to a concert. You'd think I'd remember something like that because it's very that would be a momentous sort of thing, right? It's very important. So I'm gonna go with that. I probably haven't been to a concert because it seems to me like that's something I would remember. Speed through this cooking process now. The water is done. And can you fill these? Wait. Linkin Park concert, went alone. It was very little notice. Life-changing experience. Exactly. See, I knew that going to a concert would be something like that. It would be something you remember for sure, which is why I don't think that I have been to one. How's my weight doing? Yep, we're back up to 80. Nice. I still need to get another 3 weight, which shouldn't be too hard. Should be able to get it real quick. Meanwhile, we're going to continue our strength training, and we might actually hit strength level 8 here. We may not, though. I'm going to try, but there's no guarantee. We're about 17,000 XP off. Strength is one of the trainings, though, that goes very quickly. So... yeah, I definitely... there's some things, though, that I've heard and that are just like awesome. Very, very awesome. Fantastic. Great. I'd say they're life-changing as well. Mm. This working out and bulking stuff doesn't take nearly as long, but we had a fairly good conversation during it. So it ends up taking almost 2 hours to bulk my character and get him ready for combat. We haven't even done any real combat today. None. That's okay, though. Yeah, that can be kind of sad. The internet can be kind of a mean place sometimes. Agony, can't do anything. This is day 5 of bulking. Still need about another 14,000 XP. Yeah, music does translate to an expression of soul that is just very interesting. I do very much like music. It's any kind of music too. It's not really limited to any genre or anything. Like all types of music, whether you're listening to like, death metal, rap, uh, orchestrals, instrumentals, opera, or just standard like, other types of groups like pop, rock, any of the other kinds of music. They're all really good in their own ways. Let's grab another bowl full. Oops. Should be up to 82, almost 83 here in a second. It's good to have someone who's there for you and will be like, super duper supportive and such. Level 8 strength will help out a lot. I don't think we're going to stay here enough time to get it, though. Have to wait and see. Last batch. So the view on back. $25,000 more strength. Trying to keep my calories capped, like all the way at the cap, which is not too hard to do at the moment. We're in agony though. Sorry for the wall of text. No, you're good. I enjoyed reading it. It's good to have supportive friends and folks that also take interest in your interests. And it's good to see that in sort of a conventional means as well. Like, a bunch of people that all have similar interests. I've been to cons before. I've been to cons and seen that style, and just it's mesmerizing seeing so many people together, and just they're all in agreement of the area, and they love in every second of being around, and all the different like depending on the con, because I went to a games con, right? So it's like there was a lot of games and a lot of different styles of games, tournaments being held for different things, and it was really cool. There were card games, board games, video games. This is so neat. And then people walking around in cosplay. That's so hype. Yeah, it's just big one loud con, right? Pretty much the same spirit, yeah. It's just like car shows or motorcycle shows if you go to any of those. I've got friends that are very into that kind of stuff. I'm not, but they are. Then there's same for the folks that are really into guns, going to gun shows. And then there's aerial, so like, the folks that are into planes and go into air shows. It's really, really cool watching those kinds of things. And then fairs. Fairs kind of have that same kind of energy to an extent. From there, that branches out into the other forms of entertainment that are all like, group style entertainment where you can go on the rides and you can enjoy some things. Watch people be silly in those like glass houses. This is rotted now, I think. Yeah, cons are generally 3 days because they usually it's by the third day everyone's tuckered out, everyone's tired. That third day's tough. But when I went to the cons, I stayed for an extra day. Why? Because that last day was a recoup day before my flight. So what happened is I booked for 4 days. I would go to the con for the 3 days, and then the last day I would spend in the room, just the room the whole day, recharging myself for the flights and stuff. Like after, having that one recovery day. Yeah. Because I needed it. Like to reset myself. Yeah. So that I could be okay for my trip home. And so that when dealing with airports and stuff, I don't want to be that person ever that is, angry or forced, is like irritable in the airport, because you're already going to be irritable because airport sucks. But, it's I don't want to make their job any worse. So I very much am mindful of that stuff. So it's good to go into those kinds of scenarios when you're going to, be traveling or any of that stuff. With a yes, I got off. Got to go to sleep before the pain. The yeah. All right, today what we can do is configure and shut off strength. Because yes, strength is like really, really close. And catch a fish. And then we're going to leave. Oh, exactly. Could you imagine? It's good to have that extra day to just not just recover, but to collect yourself, collect all the stuff that you like, the memories, the items, because you usually get like a T-shirt or some, maybe you get some other stuff to collect all the stuff and just be kind of like ecstatic and decompress a little bit about, oh wow, this and that and woo and this, you know. go through all your things. Specifically, when I went to the cons, there was a lot of business card exchanges. So I had a lot of business cards, right? So I was going through all those, which was kind of cool. Yeah, it was neat. It was very neat going to the cons. The horrifying realization. It sounds horrible, but it sounds kind of fun too, because it's a memory, right? And keep half a bag for the merchandise. Yeah, that's true. I always pack light as it is. Same for when I move in the near future. I'm only gonna be bringing a few things, so like I'm gonna be bringing some things, but a lot of stuff is getting either sold or like especially like down to the wire to the last day. I'm going to be trying to get rid of some stuff, and I'm gonna have like things that are like okay by this day is when I'm gonna sell this particular item. Like, for example, my graphics card or other such things, if I was going to sell those, I would take it down to the wire. Like last day, here you go. All right, then selling this, selling that. It'd be super helpful. But I don't intend to bring most of this stuff here. There's a handful of little knickknacks and stuff that I'm going to put in storage, though. Because they have sentimental value, and it would be very difficult for me to part with those sorts of things. So having them here with family is going to be best. I'm gonna give when I plan to move, I'm gonna give a box of my stuff that exists to my family and be like, here you go. Can you keep this for me? And when I come back to visit, I will consider bringing it with me, or you know, it can stay here, and it's an excuse to come visit, which is it's fine. Not that I need an excuse to come visit family. Let's be fair. Why would I need that? The honest truth, I will still visit family in the future. Because I've on good terms with all my family for the most part. Well, you're a very elaborate, obscure cosplay. Could you imagine? Yeah, we're just cosplaying. Don't worry about it. See, he's a cultist. Uh, we're not actually cultists. This is just cosplay. But have you seen or heard about our Lord and Savior Cthulhu? This is just part of the cosplay. That stuff's funny. I like that. Very soon we'll be able to go and I don't trust myself during fast forward, but I wanted to fast forward to 4 o'clock so that the fishing time is a little better. Please don't be too big a fish. Pretty please. I'm begging here. Be like an average fish that I can carry back with me that's like 100 hunger at most. No. No, if you're a fighter, that means that it's not. No. Oh, maybe you're just a strong little fish, please? It's 200. It's kind of heavy, but it is what it is. We gotta go. Did I take one of the water bottles? I did. Nice. Good to have extra. Alright. Time to go. Return back to the town. We've bulked enough. We're at 83. So that was what we spent a good part of 2 hours on a beach, working out, eating fish, and chit chatting. Not too bad. Now we can get on with our leveling experience. Really? Suppose I should have fixed my sleep schedule before I came out here. I didn't realize that I would get tired. That's unfortunate. Okay, let's keep going. I can't put you on my back, can I? No. I gotta wait until I break another axe. I think I'm having a good day, Robbie. I'm having a good day. Definitely can't fight them all. Most of them will get dropped off there. Um, but not all of them. Hello. Changing weapons? Yeah. We are now currently working on axes, which will mean that we will be grinding away at axes for quite some time. And we're level 3 and smidgen, so hopefully we'll be able to get some axe training done. For a bit. We're almost at the next level of axes, which will help out immensely. I'm quite a ways away. As much as I'd like to keep going, it's probably not wise. I'm gonna sleep in the furniture store, but now I can't because there's too many zombies nearby. Darn it! I need to go back anyways because it's better to go back and for food purposes because we can go back over there and. You like my music? I do appreciate it. You can have the playlist if you want. It's exclamation point playlist. Feel free. Yours if you want it. I add songs to it and I take songs off sometimes. It's a playlist that's dynamic and it's built in a way to make me happy. This like even the sort of wistful songs like this one bring me back to a place of happiness a lot of the time. Like times like when I was playing, like for example for this one I was playing Majora's Mask, sitting on the living room on the carpet just like having a good time. Good times. Solid times. Oh yeah, sometimes I sometimes I stream early, sometimes I stream late. The thing is my schedule is not locked in at the moment. Eventually we will have a schedule. It will happen. Um, Looking closer to October, I'm hoping. Fingers crossed, absolutely like to the max. Fingers crossed, October is when I'm hoping we can get everything in order. I'll be living with Emma. Everything will be solid, and it will be I will lock in a schedule. Oh, congratulations on getting a sub. Enjoy your tier 1 sub. Thank you very much for gifting a sub, Ralphie. Um, enjoy your ad-free viewing as well as your frog emotes. And spoon. Yes, indeed, you get a spoon. Unless it's like the way that the badges work actually are they're scaling short blades because short blades are my favorite weapon in PZ. So I made my badges all short blades. So you'll notice that some folks have like Nukebot has a wooden stake, and then I have a hunting knife, and I do plan to add one more in knife in the future. Probably the hand guarded dagger for the final one, but we'll see. Because like I said before, short blades are my favorite. I really like them. They're fun. But that's based on longevity of sub. Yeah. Yeah, today for sure we're gonna pop level 4 axes. Anything else that's close? Might level up cooking off of the next batch of cooking. Strength is close. Running is close. And that's it. Like, I mean, our maintenance is getting there. It's halfway to 9. But that won't pop for a while. Okay, I'm gonna pause for just a moment because we're ready now to get back out there and start training axes some more, and we've got like a whole in-game day ahead of us. So I'll be right back. I'm just gonna refill my tea, okay? Okay. So let's get back to the axes. We're doing pretty good so far. We're almost level 4. A bit longer. Less than 100 XP. Okay. Seat. Recoup some of my stamina. Sounds like the post office has a zombie or two inside. Ninja. You tried to like get me from the side. Rude. 25 more points. I figured 2 more pulls that are light. 2 more light pulls. And then we should be good on the next level of axes, which will help out quite a bit. That's axes. And we're also about to pop strength as well. So 1 level in axe and 1 level in strength will be huge for this muscle strain formula. The cleaver is such a brutal weapon. It's got good sound effects, though. I do very much like the sound effects of the cleaver, and then I also like just it's a good weapon in general. Yeah, obviously I can't take on too many of these, but we did get another level in axes, so we should be able to take on more than we did before. When we get that level in strength, we'll take on even more, because that's what happens. Just a little bit more each time, because the decimals, right? Take on another little group. Oh wait, my arm's not recovered. Doesn't matter because this axe is better than the other one. There's a section over there that I want to check if I can pick up that piece. Because I think I left an axe piece on the ground. Right there. Okay, I'm gonna bail, and we're gonna head back because what I'm gonna do is I'm actually gonna create some handles for those axes so that we can remake them because these axe heads aren't broken yet, so we can keep using them. And that does happen sometimes with some of the other axes as well, like the stone axes. The chip stones will fall on the ground, and we can reuse them. That said, though, I mean, it's just interesting. Still not sure which weapon I want to go with. Because we could do the sickles. Like we have 50 sickles we'll use first for a while till the sickles are out, and then we're done with the sickles. That said, I still don't know if I want to what I want to go with. Maybe we will make flint saws as a weapon. I'm still hesitant. Mm-hmm. Just gonna really quickly break this scythe, and then we'll start working on the next batch of weapons here in a moment. How close are we to strength, anyways? Oh, we're still got a ways to go. Like 9,000 XP. We'll get there soon. The difference between level 3 and level 4. Where's the bone weapon? I know I picked it up. There it is. We use this one next. So in order to use this one next, we need to attach it to left and equip you secondary. Already almost September. It's crazy. Run away. Hard to keep. My poor arms. It's okay though. Way too many, or maybe not. Keep going. Yeah, spoon. And sometimes there is no spoon. It's okay. Here, have a cookie. I wouldn't be an oracle if I didn't know if you were gonna take it. And don't worry about that vase. Or that vase. Which one? He looks around and breaks it, and then she's like, you know, what's really gonna cook you later is if, would you still have broken it if I hadn't said anything? Like that. Maybe? Maybe not. I don't know. He might have. Like, maybe because he was looking around, but then again, he was looking around before, so, right? Because he was looking around, and he might have broken it when she said about the Latin phrase, you know thyself. He could have turned around and broke that vase then. It's like, yeah. You're not bending the spoon, you're bending yourself. It's crawling. Doesn't matter. Alright, let's go over here. Yeah, me too. Want to go all the way back? Do I want to do it? No, I don't need to. Doesn't want to think. I mean, that's true. It's one of those things, but it doesn't also, like, although some of the concepts make sense, some of them don't. Like, for example, light speed travel in space. How are they managing to get through the debris in space? If you're traveling at light speed, wouldn't it shred apart your ship? Like, through like an asteroid field or something? Like, stuff like that. Or if you're like flying through a sun, would that like not melt your vehicle? Or like is there something that gets you through that? Or is there like warp holes or something? You know? Stuff like that. Interesting. Interesting thoughts, right? I sleep in the middle of town. I forgot that I might need a jacket. It's starting to get cold again. I don't want to walk all the way back though. But yeah, stuff like that. Without a deflector dish. Yeah, exactly. But how are they deflecting at such high velocity? And if they're going such a high speed, like, you know, it's interesting. Would those things not get like knocked around? And in space, there's when you apply movement to something, there's no gravity or anything that's holding it there, right? Like sometimes there is, but like if you bump something in space, it goes. So are you accidentally causing meteor showers somewhere else? Or do you see my point? So it's interesting. You deflect something and then cause catastrophe elsewhere. It's a civilization that's been like building itself up gradually. It's getting better, and then suddenly asteroids rain down from the sky and ruin their day. Why did we have the great asteroids destroyed all of our crops, caused us the great famine? It was caused by some futuristic person, in a spacecraft driving a little bit too fast. It's just an interesting thought. Because you can take things and do that, and you can like apply even more logic, and then there's a point when the logic becomes a little bit too deep, and you're like, that's taking some of the fun out of this. So it's better to just suspend your disbelief a lot of the time for that stuff, and just go with it. Yep. Why were the dinosaurs extinct? It's because we hit a light speed drive through a warp, and bam, they just are all gone. No, yeah, that's honestly, it's interesting to me. Like I said, I like sci-fi stuff. I think it's cool, but at the same time, I am understanding of the people that are like, about it. And then I understand the perspective of grandma, essentially, because I do that sometimes with some things. Grandma's perspective. We by that I mean, you know, the perspective of somebody who's aged and has reached a point where particular subjects are beyond their willingness to comply with, you know, like trying to learn something like absolutely brand new when you're just like, nah, I'm good, I don't want to learn anything about this, I have no interest, zero interest, zero, where you turn down your hearing aid and you just ignore. Or it goes in one ear, out the other kind of deal, right? Grandma. That is me. Sometimes. Sometimes I am grandma. I stare at the computer and I am confused. But it's okay to be confused. Because I am confused with a smile. Yeah, no, I know. I know they were inspired by. But a lot of our technology is inspired by ideas that come forth and that later they're like, can we make that reality? A good example would be in Back to the Future. They did a very special type of shoes that did the laces or whatever. Like they and I can't remember, was it Nike? I think it was Nike. The company created those shoes. Like those shoes are legit. Like they exist. Yeah, back off. But that's the thing, right? You get an idea and then it gets the ball rolling for someone else, and they're like, okay, well, let's see the technical and how can we make this the reality. I do really wish that our current generation stuff would be a little bit more like the older generations. Like they had a little bit more drive than we seem to have back then, you know, where they were rushing to get to the moon and, you know, they're rushing to get to the like first person to the moon, let's go. And they just seem to have more drive than we have now. I hope that we do find something like that that pushes us and gets us to go, like gets us and the new generation to have that level of hype that was around that back then, you know, because that was a lot of hype. Everybody was like big into it, but I really do hope that that's a thing, right? What we get into a little bit. Seems like it's a lot more hard pressed to get hype going in that way, like global hype for certain things. We do get our hype, but it's not like quite the same as back then, right? Yeah, but it's just buzz and it's not real AI. Eventually they'll do real AI, but right now it's not. They're not even close. Not even close to real AI. A lot of it is just, you know, like large data pool siphoning, essentially. And it's not actual AI. Nothing sentient about it. One day we'll get there, though, I believe. I agree with you, but not yet. It's true. And the decades of sci-fi warnings. Skynet, baby Skynet. I think it's going to take a long time before Skynet's a real thing. Needs a Gangnam Style moment. That was such a weird video to watch. Music videos are weird, okay? But we can all agree. I'm pretty sure they're weird. They're meant to be weird because they're eye-catching, but goodness gracious, some of them are just like so weird. Gangnam Style is an example of a strange music video. You see that guy walking down the street, Psy, I think his name was. And it was like, doo 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 doo. Just keep Gangnam Style. Yeah, I think we're a long ways off of Skynet, and we're a long ways off of AI. I wish that some of the folks that were marketing stuff as AI would stop it, because it's really annoying because like it's not AI. You're using buzz to try and make investors happy, and that's great and all for your funding, but at the same time, it's lies. You're using jargon and buzz to kind of make for it's like it's no. But the funders don't know what Ella. Yeah, that's so true though. But some of them do. You got to think that there's some of them there that are going to be somewhat like versed, right? In but I guess maybe not. Maybe that's me just being optimistic. Yay, another gas can. Put you on the ground just so that I can see you. Also, hello. Hi. We're not going into the AI talk. We will be trapped in the AI talk forever if we do it. Long story short, it's not ready yet. It's not going to be ready for a long time. And, like, you know, maybe one day we will have AI. I don't know if it'll be in our generation, though. But they thought the same thing about the space race, too. That is not a false statement. They didn't think it was going to be in their generation, although they were really hyped and wanted it to be in their generation real bad. And then eventually they did it, which kudos to them for doing it. I hope we get to that level of hype with stuff. That would be cool to hit that level of hype. You like when Google replies, "Wow, it's true when they say that Canadians are polite." In what way? Why are we polite? Is it because when we bump into each other, we both apologize? Because I wasn't paying attention clearly well enough, and neither was the other person? That kind of thing is common here. It's always maximum volume between. I asked Google to turn off the lights, and the house is silent, and everyone's asleep. Till wartime comes around. I mean, we did burn down the White House twice. We are skills. War times. Very, very skills. And the Canadian pilots are the ones that took down the Red Baron. Or no, Canadian snipers? It's either Canadian snipers or Canadian pilots. There was a joke for... So this is a joke that Canadian civilians have sometimes about our military. And I do apologize for any veterans of the Canadian military that may possibly hear me say this. But one of the jokes that the civilians have is that the Canadian snipers are so great because they share a handful of bullets. They only have like one bullet for each sniper, so they got to make it count. That's a joke that we tell sometimes. Our snipers are really great because we only have a handful of the bullets. Can't shoot more than once, so make it count. Somewhat of a backhanded compliment, I guess. It's like, they're really great, but our ammo is kind of bad. We don't have ammo. Ammo doesn't exist. Not too much. It's like this playthrough. How much ammo do you think I have? Probably like, I don't know, maybe 100 bullets? Maybe 200 total on the road. Just tell them, to the Canadians, that they have a puck and sit back. Surprisingly, I don't like hockey. Like, I don't mind it, but I wouldn't go out of my way to watch it. Like, if I was, like, if it was on in a place where I was at already, and I don't know, like, if I was at, like, a party or something, and they put on hockey, I'd be like, okay, whatever, it's on. I'm probably not going to pay attention to it, and I'm going to be around for the other stuff. But yeah, I'm not really that into hockey. I'm not into cars, I'm not into motorcycles, I'm not into guns. There's a lot of things that I'm not really that into. Not into hunting. I've been ice fishing a few times, but I'm not really into wilderness stuff. Although I don't mind camping, and I don't mind doing all that stuff. It's not something I would seek to go out of my way for. Like, I know how to do all that stuff, though, for the most part. I think if the world ended and, like, I was forced to deal with that, like, no power and stuff. Like, I don't mean zombies, I just mean, like, no power and the internet dies and, you know, everything reverts to, like, imagine a gigantic electromagnetic pulse. Just, woof, all the power gone, right? No more wireless signals, no more anything. Right? So let's say that happens. A general apocalypse, yeah. It's not like a virus-born one or anything like that. But like, I think I would be okay for a while because I know how to make my own food. Like I can hunt, probably very poorly, but I can at least grow stuff. I know I've grown gardens before, and I understand how soil works, and I've got basic survival knowledge. But I'm not. I probably wouldn't. See, the issue is, though, is I would want to, if I'm not in Sweden already, I would want to trek over there, which is going to be a heck of a walk. It would suck. And then I got to contend with the ocean. I don't even know how to begin to think about that without technology. I don't know how I would do it, like that, but I would want to. And then if I'm already in Sweden, well, I mean, then I would use every skill that I possibly have to make for things to be okay. And then I would also rally people. So, because I know very much that if the world were to end, we would need to rally. So, it would be very much like one of those things where I would like not control, but like I would ask folks to group up. We need to be in this together. Organize farmers, organize stuff to be settled. Like we would need people to be functional, and we'd need to do it together because you can't survive without it. It's important. Just because power goes out, though, doesn't mean that the world ends. Because we'd be able to keep functioning. It's just like if humanity were itself to go extinct, the world just keeps on turning. The planets function. There's a lot of planets that don't have life. They don't need life to function. They're still planets. That's why whenever people do that, we're ruining the planet sort of thing, I think, yeah, for us. We're ruining it for us. We're not ruining it for, like, the planet will keep on going. It doesn't care if there's something on it. It just keeps going. Grumbles about no power. Yours went out. I'm sorry to bring back those memories. I don't mind when the power goes out myself, though, because everything gets very quiet. So, first off, everything gets quiet. There's no more buzzing. I hear buzzing all the time. So, everything is quiet. I light candles, and I read. Because I've got books, and I will read. Or I'll do puzzles. You can't do it or your tinnitus gets very loud. I don't know if I have tinnitus, but I have something in my ears when technology is around me that buzzes. It buzzes all the time, but I'm used to it. It doesn't bother me. It's a sound effect that is just in my brain where it's buzzing. However, maybe I can hear the electronics. I don't know. I don't know what I can hear, but it's constant buzzing all the time, forever. It's fine. It doesn't bother me. But when there's no power, there's no buzzing. There's no noise. It's very, very quiet. It's very, very peaceful. And as a result, I'm very, like, I'm okay with that. I like that. When it's peaceful, it's nice. It's like a tranquil pond with no ripples. That's how I see it when there's no power. It's a temporary alleviation of any woes that you may have. Because, like, I mean, what are you going to do? Well, now you've got no power, so you don't have to, you can't do any work, really. I mean, you can do some, depending on the job and the type of work. Like, I can continue to do some things, but it's like, there's a lot of stuff that's done on computers now. There's a lot of stuff that's done with electricity. So it ends up being the large portion of work gets halted. So you've got a handful of free time. You can run a nice bubble bath with some salts and some, grab a book, grab some candles. It's nice. Yeah, I don't mind when the power goes out. It doesn't go out a lot, but it does go out sometimes. We get a lot of storms, and they work on the stuff a lot, and sometimes it requires them to shut off the grid. Laundry would be an annoying part? Not really. You do it the old way. The old way of laundry is not that bad. Clothes in a bath. Washboard. etc. Right? Soak and then pin them up to dry. I know that most folks probably don't have a clothesline anymore, but a clothesline is not hard to create. You just grab a little bit of wire and you tie it from one thing to another, and there you go. You have a clothesline. And then you can fold stuff and put it up. Easy peasy. Clotheslines are not difficult, and then they can just hang there and dry. Of course, it's not as good as a dryer in terms of it, speed as well as heat to, but it's like, it's the old way and it works. But yeah, it's one of those things where power going out is not too bad. The power would come back on and everyone would go, "Aww." Yeah. Especially because if it was like, if you were in like elementary school, because if the power stays off long enough, at least in the schools when I was growing up, they would send you home. Like if the power stayed off long enough. Same if the weather was really, really bad. However, my family was not one of the ones that really liked that sort of stuff. What I mean to say is, -50 in a blizzard, we were still going to school. Didn't matter. Could be -50, -70. Like, I mean, blizzard. We'd be going to school. The only time we wouldn't be is if the school doors were locked. Uphill, both ways. Yeah, no, I mean, yeah. The, what was it? It was us and the janitors. I remember that. It's funny. It's us and the janitors were the first ones there. Sometimes we'd see the principal. We walked both ways uphill. No, that isn't the story. You have to go and get your father smokes or something, like your grandfather smokes, and you have to go uphill and in pajamas, both ways in a blizzard. It's just like, and there was an earthquake sometimes. The earthquake causes the planes to shift, and that's why it's uphill both ways. That stuff is hilarious. But no, it's like that. Very, very seldom did we get to stay home. The only time was when we were sick, and then there was rules. If you're sick, you stay in bed. You don't get to leave your bed, and nothing. Like, nothing. You stay in your bed. You're not allowed anything either. No handheld devices. Not that there was any back then, but like, I mean, no handheld devices. No getting up to, you can get up to go to the bathroom. That's it. That was the rules. The rules were you couldn't do anything else. You were stuck in your bed to recover. Because how can you recover if you're out of your bed? You would receive soup. Nothing wrong with that, though. It was good memories. Oh, I can't eat this. Not allowed. Actually, that means they're gonna go bad, so I gotta get rid of them. Hawkman's library count, guys. Libraries! Like, actually going to the library! And that one's rare now. I mean, you still can, and people still do, and you can still get books out and stuff. Like, I mean, it's still a thing, but it's more for studying and for like it's less about the good enough. Yeah, and you can get a lot of things on computer now. Some people like the touch of a page, though. That's the thing, and I'm there with them. I do like reading stuff online, and I like stuff like that, but I'm very much touch of the page as well. I like that feeling of paper. It's why I have notebooks. It's nice. I don't know why. I like writing stuff down. Something that sticks with you, I suppose, if you really like certain things. So you couldn't find a digital copy online. Wow. That sounds cool. That's dedication. Your current doesn't have a CD drive? Mine does. But my current one does. I don't know if my upgraded one that's in Sweden is going to have one. I'm gonna ask Emma, I guess. Maybe. Emma likes CD drives though, so I'm gonna guess that it's probably gonna have a CD drive. Because Emma likes the ability to put in CDs. Because we watch Blu-rays sometimes. Because Emma has a Blu-ray reader. Oh, it's fun watching movies together with Emma. Emma is like so fun to watch movies with. Because we'll sometimes we'll pause and we'll discuss it and discuss what's going on in the movie and give our opinions and you know how we think it's gonna go and it's great. And it's so fun to do that sort of stuff. I like that. Emma always eats popcorn with movies. I eat popcorn sometimes with movies, but I don't like popcorn all the time. However, I like snacks and when I'm watching films or if I'm watching stuff. Um, it was funny when I very first went to Sweden. So I went to Sweden the very first time, right? Anyways, we're watching a bunch of stuff and we're watching movies, playing games together, and I ate all Emma's snacks, all of them. I ate all the snacks. It was hilarious. All the snacks gone. Like all of this, like so we had to go to the store and get new snacks. Cause I am very much wanting to eat snacks sometimes. Can't help it. I am petite, but I am one of those people that really, really likes like little snacks. Can't help it. They are good. Chips. I like popcorn less though than a lot of the other snacks because popcorn I find gets stuck in my teeth and I don't like it when it's stuck in my teeth. Blah. We're good to continue. And I wanted to grab my jacket, so let's go grab that. Oh, exactly. If you have a physical copy, then in my opinion, you've already paid. It's the same as the old games that I used to play that I feel like I can emulate those now. Because I purchased those. I had them at one point in time. I don't anymore. It's been years since I've had those titles. Yet I don't mind emulating them if I want to go and play an old title that I've already put money into. Like if I want to go and play Final Fantasy Tactics Advance, for example, or any of the older games that I played, like Advanced Wars or those kind of handheld ones, or the old Pokemon's Red, Blue, etc. I'm not gonna, go buy one of the expensive cartridges, and it doesn't make sense. I'm going to emulate them because it just makes more sense to do it that way. And I don't feel like that's piracy. I just feel like that's the smart thing to do if you've already paid for those. Same for Dark Cloud, or like, because I was playing Dark Cloud for Emma on my PC, right? Like, because I can't get a copy of Dark Cloud right now, that I would be able to share with Emma, because that would require me to go and get a capture card and then I'd need a PlayStation, or was it PlayStation 2? I think it was PlayStation 2. So I'd need to buy a PlayStation 2, buy a memory card, buy Dark Cloud, buy controllers. Like, you see all these things that I would need to purchase when I can just emulate it. And, because I've already owned that stuff at one point in time. It's just nostalgia now, and I don't have those things anymore. Because either I think the PlayStation that I had wore out, so it ended up in the trash, and or pawned for its parts. I can't remember. The memory cards, those kind of, those got thrown away, if I remember correctly. And the controllers, same thing. Those went with the PlayStation. Maybe the memory cards went with the PlayStation too. Don't remember. But I don't remember what happened to the disc, but I'm pretty sure it got broken. But yeah, it's one of those things where if you've already bought it once, like, in my opinion, for those kinds of things, especially if you're going to want to share them with someone, like, hey, I played this and it was really fun, and I made it to the second part of the game, and then I hit a snag with one of the buttons on the controller not working properly. So I was like, we'll pick this up later, and we still haven't picked it back up. It finishes off the save files. Oh, that's really cool. So he, like, beats the game for the people of the past, applying closure to those save files. That's really neat. Well, and at this point, there's certain things that exist that bother me. A very good example is there is a game called No One Lives Forever. It is essentially like an old spy. You think like, I don't know, is it 60s or 70s? But like, think old school spy game with a female protagonist, and it's a pretty cool game. Um, they were gonna do a remake of it on Steam. A bunch of folks got all the rights together, and they were gonna get to do a remake of it, right? Yeah, it has an Austin Powers vibe to it back then, and it was clever. It was clever the way they did it, and it was pretty fun. Anyways, when they were going to get started, like to get everything compiled and everything good, they got a legal letter. The rights, by the way, for the game are very skewed. They don't know who owns what, and they have no idea. However, I think it was Fox sent them a legal letter that basically said, "Hey, if you do this, we're gonna sue you." Very threatening and imposing letter. So it's like, but you may or may not own the rights to this, yet you're gonna sue us. So it's like, so they ended up saying, you know what, we're not gonna do this. They posted the files as free to download for some folks if they want to go back and play the game. But the thing is they scrapped the idea to remake it as a result of companies being assholes, essentially, because they don't know if they own the rights. Like, they did own the rights at one point, but they've been lost. Somebody doesn't. They don't know where the rights are. So it ends up being a very strange system, and people want money out of it, right? So it's like, you don't know if you've got the rights yet. You're gonna be willing to fight to, you know, hurt people's nostalgia. It's just looks poor on the company, in my opinion. They're not thinking clearly. In my opinion, they should back the project because if anything, anybody who remembers those titles would have probably bought in, and some folks that don't, that would want to share, because it were pretty fun games. Like I said, they had like a spy aesthetic, and around that time when they were looking to do the remake for it, spy stuff was kind of getting popular for a little bit. It would have been a good time for it, but you know it happens. That's another reason why companies are like sometimes really like, I don't dislike companies. It's just that companies are multiple people. Companies are people. And like I mentioned before, I don't like people. I like individuals. I like persons. I don't like I don't like people cuz it's frustrating. I don't mind people if they're going to be collaborative and good in that way. But when they're greedy or when they're like doing stuff like that, it's not, that's not good. All it does is hurt people and make people forget. Like, because honestly, I don't know very many people that even remember that game outside of a handful. And maybe a handful of you guys will remember it. I mean, you could Google it and look it up. It was a pretty fun game. Like, and I got Emma to play it. Emma played it for me, and it was pretty entertaining to watch Emma play it. Emma was really good at some of the stuff in it too. And when the what's it called? The I'm trying to remember. Um, yeah, see, that's awesome. Your childhood Venusaur is safe. Kudos to that person. Um, I always went with Squirtle first. He's Squirtle my favorite. But it just was clever. The game had clever writing, and the twist at the end, or which is a double twist, by the way. Emma didn't see it coming, and it was hard for me to not like. I was waiting for the double twist, and Emma's like, "Wait, what? Wait, what?" This is it, and Emma didn't. Like, it was great. It was the because it's not, once again. I'm not gonna spoil it, but obviously it's a spy setting. There's gonna be twists and turns, and the ending was good. And I got Emma's reaction on it, and it was phenomenal. I was like, wait, what? And I was like very surprised about the ending. Did not call it at all, because it's the way that game ends is just because the way the whole flow of the game is just, it's good, and in that way there was passion in that writing. Although some of the boss fights, Emma said, didn't feel like boss fights. Aside from like a handful of the boss fights, they just like they were hyping up these sort of counter spies for a long time, and Emma blew through them without any effort at all. And but you know that's the thing about old games, right? Sometimes certain aspects of them are not hard. Like they would be hard back then, maybe, but yeah, to us now that have played many a game, to go back to play one of those old games, we would be like, oh, this is very simplistic, and it's different, right? It's like looking at the wheel, right? And then like the old wheel, I mean the original wheel, like, and then looking at the wheels now, right? We've improved the design considerably. It's just better in every way, kind of deal. like as opposed to the old school wheel, which is much, you know, it's crude, it's carved from stone or wood, you know. Yeah, some of them just have weird stuff. I like that though. That's nice that somebody does that, that goes through and like finishes old games for everything. That's really cool. Oh yeah, Mario 64. I can't do speedrun strats like those folks, but it is cool watching them go. When I played that, I did finish it. I got 120 stars and all that, but it took me a longer time than them for sure. Standard time, I think. But then again, I was exploring and stuff too, right? Because that was part of the fun of it, was just exploring random areas and finding random stuff. Terrible camera controls. Some of the camera controls though were very interesting. I liked that in that game though that the camera was explained by a that little guy on the cloud with the camera following you around. That to me is like it's amazing. It reminds me of that, and it reminds me of Conker's Bad Fur Day as well. Because Conker's Bad Fur Day was actually supposed to be a Donkey Kong game. It was a part of the Donkey Kong series that was actually going to be starring Conker, and it was actually going to be a positive game. It wasn't meant to be the 18 plus game that it became. But what happened was is they I can't remember if they got their funding pulled or something, but it was really funny because that game went from being this wholesome game about critters and stuff suddenly to this crass game that's parody, and there's like a lot of different things in it that are just like it's interesting. Yeah. That's another thing about industry sometimes, right? I can't remember exactly how that story went, but I do remember that it became a passion project for the people that were involved, and then they released it as Conker's Bad Fur Day, an 18 plus game that was really really neat, and I really liked the multiplayer on it. It was really fun to play with friends and like run around and do the different like battle combat simulation-y thing, kind of with like the katanas and the guns, and it was cool. It's like arena fighting. Sorry, is what it was. Like you would do arena fighting. They go after the modding community, and the amount of hatred they have for the Smash Bros community is absurd. I don't understand it. They really hate the Smash Bros community. I don't understand why they don't. They have this wonderful, fantastic game that has such a wholesome community, and they just abuse it. I don't think I've seen a gaming community take more. Well, actually, that's not true. There's a lot of gaming communities that take a lot of flack, but the Smash Bros. Like tournament community is takes some of the most. Like the folks trying to do they try to do melee tournaments, and they try to, you know, because they like certain variants of the game, right? But it's like, yeah, it's tough. And that whole Pokemon versus Pal World debacle. I don't understand what's gonna go on with that, but we'll see. It's still they're still in court over it, I'm pretty sure, right? I don't remember which side was winning last I checked. Normally, it broke. Do I have any other? Okay, yeah, we have a cleaver. Because these sites aren't gonna last. They're gonna break right away. Let's go get a rest in. Did you see their direct that came up? They were monopolizing their IPs to its fullest. I don't know if I seen that, but at all. But I know that Nintendo can be quite aggressive and quite. It's a dark company sometimes. Also, if you look into their history, they used to do porn. Nintendo. They used to do that, and they used to be in with the what's it called? The the underground, very much like deep in the underground, like criminal organization-y sort of style. I was reading some really dark stuff about Nintendo at one point in time, but they've since adjusted and changed, right? And it's interesting. These are prescription aviators. I am tempted to wear them. But yeah, I mean, Nintendo still is and I believe companies and stuff can change over time, but you know, and people can get better. It's just, yeah, it's strange choices made by people. And then greed, you know, especially when they see something that's doing good with a concept that maybe they could have done themselves. They really could have. Yeah, they have a very dark past. They're not the only one, obviously. There's tons of companies that have dark pasts. Hidden in shadows. Yeah, they did. With gambling. Yeah, that's true. Gambling. Gambling and all of that negative stuff. There's a lot of folks that don't know about that stuff, though. Because, well, I mean, the companies have evolved and changed, right? And they've gotten better. I mean, mostly, right? Oh, I broke two of them. Alright. Back off. Yeah, it's definitely interesting, that's for certain. I'm looking forward to some of their new stuff, but at the same time, it's like one of those things where we'll see. We'll see what they decide. Who knows? I do hope they are kinder to some of their communities in the future, though. Because like I said, the Smash Bros. Community is a very wholesome community. And it's hard for me to watch that community get treated that way. Because they don't deserve that. All they want to do is play their fighting games and host little events and stuff like that. And, you know, Big Bad Nintendo is doing things like Big Bad Disney. Big Bad Disney is scary when it comes out. Disney seems so nice, so wholesome. but same thing. The stuff I've read about Disney and is also on a similar level, but a little bit higher because it goes into a lot of stuff, right? Oh, the furry community? I believe the furry community shouldn't be hated. Yes, there are some aspects of it that are, a little bit strange in the sense of like, what's it called? The, but they go above and beyond for their cosplay, and they go like lots goes into that, the art, and it's really well done for the most part. Those suits cost a lot. And even if they're not going to do like the suits and stuff, like, I mean, they put a lot of really creative energy into a lot of their characters. So, like, I mean, it's really cool. I don't think that the furry community is a bad community at all. I think that, yes, they get a bit over sexualized sometimes, but so does a lot of communities. There's sometimes a little bit too much of just some things. Maybe our world will get better at some point in the future, and things will be seen with a little bit more of a, I don't know, a better light. If but we'll see. I like the furry community as a whole. I think it's a good place that they can be quite wholesome. Yeah, just like the Smash one. They're very passionate folks. They get fully into their role play, and they get fully into their characters, and it's really cool. And same for the VTubers and stuff as well, by the way. Apparently the VTube community can be quite a handful sometimes, from what I've heard. I myself have never experienced that side of it, because the VTube community's been nothing but kind and wholesome, and at least that I've seen. But I've seen the other aspects a little bit through other people that have having experienced it, and they're telling me that yeah, there's certain things that can sometimes be a little bit on the more like toxic side, but that's how it goes, right? There's always like that in every community. There's always extremes. There's always going to be maxes on like of both sides of the coin or the spectrum, right? You got your extremes in anything that make everything not fun. That goes in every aspect of life. Not that I'm trying to bring up these topics, but obviously, like, politics, religion, all that stuff. They have their extremes and they're terrible people. But they also have their wholesome people that are really, good, and they're very firm on their beliefs, but at the same time, they're not trying to force them on anyone, which is good. Same as anything, right? Human beings are we're interesting creatures, that's for certain. This is what I think. Thought I heard a zombie. There's probably a zombie. Maybe? No, I would see them. I was gonna say there could be a zombie in those trees. But I remembered that we're playing on only pinpoint hearing, so there's no way the zombie could be in the trees and not come out. Yeah, that is life. I hope that our lives kind of improve in a way, like that gradually, like we consolidate as a species and that we decide, if anything, that we can be like, even if we don't agree on things, that's fine. It's perfectly fine to disagree on things, but just like we can be civil. Civilly disagree. It's okay. Don't let it just affect you so drastically. Yeah, we have our good and we have our bad. That's everybody. Everybody has their good and their bad, right? And their opinions, and some of their opinions are strange. Have a good one. I will be happy rat racing until eventually I hit the mini goal that I set for myself today, which is an XP goal actually. But once we hit that XP goal, then I am good to play that Schedule 1 game for a little bit. We're getting there, though. Already axe level 4. Slowly trying to chip away at all of these chipstone scythes. So eventually we won't have any more of these. We'll get rid of them all. I was supposed to be working. I didn't realize that I was distracting somebody from their work. That's awkward. I don't want to be the cause of procrastination. Make sure to get your stuff done. Whatever it is. Schoolwork, housework, work that's like work. And just, do your work. Come back after, and or you can have me in the background. I'm okay with that. That's why my stream is the way that it is if you set me to 1% volume, you won't be able to hear me really. I do that on purpose so that people can, if they want to have me at 1% and just have me on lurk, then they can. Easy peasy. And if you need to know how to adjust your volume to an exact value, it's very simple. You can use the arrow keys after you click on the volume. So you click on the little volume thing and then use the arrow keys back and forth to put it up a 1 or 2% at a time. It's a really slow work day. I can understand. Some work days are just like, bleh. The worst. And it's so boring to just sit there. It's good to have company. Drop that one. I want to pick up a new one. This one's better condition. Oh, I forgot to get food. First, I'll kill these ones, and then we'll go get food. We're in a high tier version of muscle strain. You can tell by the way that it turns. This is way too much muscle strain. I can't fight like that. But yeah, there's different variants on the muscle strain. So, and then as you get higher and higher percentage, it's like tier 2, tier 3, tier 4, and it's the same kind of as the Moodle, except there is no Moodle for muscle strain. You just have to kind of know that, okay, well, that particular limb is not going to function properly. I think maybe the reason there's no Moodle is because it's just in one of your limbs, right? In this case, it's three parts of my limbs there, right? Are in that stage, but like you can't really have a Moodle for that, I suppose. The pain Moodle is the closest you're gonna get, but I mean, tier 2 pain telling not, you know, we've got like tier 4 muscle strain. And it starts when it's red, by the way. It's not muscle strain's tiering system starts when it's red. So when it's orange, it doesn't actually do anything. And then the yellow one that you see there is actually a hidden value. I wouldn't mind that being not on there because I don't need the hidden value. I know it's there already. But like I wouldn't mind if it was just orange and red. Like if it just told me that. Because the whole point of having this is that it's just supposed to be like the same. But it's slightly better, I suppose. But I know that value exists, like, because you see these in debug when you're doing when I was doing testing with muscle strain, especially when I was trying to do like the higher tier muscle strains, like the ×3, ×5, and ×10. I never did a ×10 run, but I did do a ×5 run, and on ×5. It is still doable. It's just the early game is extended by a large portion. That's kind of all muscle strain does, is it lengthens the early and the mid game. It doesn't change the end game at all. The end game stays the same. Because at the end of the game, you're just still able to like cleave through hordes like with any weapon. Doesn't matter which weapon you choose. You can just get through everything. Some weapons are obviously more like apt for certain scenarios, but that doesn't mean to state that that's ooh, orange. Inserted. Gotta love that level 10 light-footed. My goodness. Zombie did not hear me coming at all. Where are you? Oh, there you are. Sorry, my brain said that I should do a greeting. My bad. Hello. Yeah, I appreciate that you appreciate me. I appreciate you too. I'm having a good day. Today's been good. We're making some good progress. I already at level 4, and we're already almost level, like 1/3 of the level into level 5. And you can already see it benefiting us, like big time. We're starting to get our kill count back up a little bit, even with these weapons, which I'm not keen that I'm using, but you know, I need to get rid of them because we use them to level up our napping, right? So might as well just get rid of them. I'll grab a mitt full of them at a time, and we'll just keep slowly getting rid of them. I could just throw them all in the garbage, but it seems like a little bit of a waste of all the chipstones that I've collected. So it's like, I don't want to throw them away like that. Alright, let's go get a rest in. Yeah, we're cycling through them slowly. We'll get rid of it all, I'm sure. And then once we're done getting rid of these, it'll be like 50 partially togethered stone scythes worth of XP. And then from there we can see about maybe which one I actually want to craft. Like if I actually want to change it up, and do we want to craft flint saws? Do we want to craft crude axes? Do I want to just keep doing the sickles? I don't know. What I do know though is that these things break real quick because they have no durability at the moment. But even with a fair amount of maintenance, like we are level 8 maintenance, so and we just hit level 4, which is a maintenance level. Every second level is a maintenance level for kind of for the durability of your weapon skill. So like if you're like, let's say we're doing axes, 2, 4, 6, 8, 10. They're all extra durability for you, for your axes. Yeah. It's one of those things where I think, like I said before, I think what we'll do is we'll probably craft the, I don't know, I might do stone axes. Just because they're a little bit less muscle strain. So I can fight a little longer. They're less napping XP, though, than the flint saws. So, in theory, doing the flint saws would be the best choice. If I'm looking for the most napping. Right? So it all depends on what I decide. Either do I want napping or do I want muscle strain reduction? And then the sickles themselves, like I said before, the sickles... I'm just burning through these ones. I'm pretty sure I won't craft the sickles. They're good one-handers, but... because of their weight, right? They're very light. That's just in case. Yeah, I probably should have just started running back. It's okay. No. High tier of time control is really annoying. It's because it does that weird thing where your character starts spinning around. So I don't like to kick it up above like level 2. Level 2 is my favorite time control. Here you go, you can have these. Go. 33%. You don't like when the sickle breaks it leaves your hand empty? I don't mind that. Doesn't bother me. When weapons break, they break. Grab a new weapon. Continue. Of course, that's my own preference, right? And very, very seldom am I surprised when a weapon breaks. It does happen. I do get surprised sometimes. But it's, most of the time I'm not. Because, generally speaking, you get a feel for it. There's a feeling like that you get over time with weapons where you just know it's gonna break. I don't know how to describe it other than that. It's that you know that the weapon will break. It's going to break soon. It's going to break soon. Ah, there it broke. It's a strange feeling, I guess. But it does exist. Sometimes it's especially notable when I expect a weapon to break, but it's like not even half durability. Like it's like it's managed to roll maintenance really well several times in a row, and I'm actually surprised about it. I'll bring it up. I'll say, "Wow, this crowbar is lasting a long time," or something along those lines. Or it could be the opposite, that something has managed to, like I said, if it's a surprise, I'll say it. Oh wow, that the durability didn't roll well on that one. Maintenance wasn't good for me. You know, it does vary, but the point is that you do really get a feel for it. Well, you can't back away. The thing is I suppose I don't see it as backing away. I see it as I'm controlling the zombies, and that very soon I may need to turn, but to resituate my inventory system. So like for like, you know, if a weapon breaks, I need to reload essentially. It's essentially just reloading, but for melee, right? We're basically reloading. Off we go. We're actually very close to leveling up cooking to 4. Unfortunately, even if I were to do these eggs, still not enough. But next batch of fishing, we probably should level up cooking. Makes me long for books. Yeah, it's true. Spears are like that. Spears were at one point ridiculous, remember? You could do like 70 to 100 kills with a spear. One spear. And they only have 5 or 6 durability. I can't remember which. Or condition. Sorry. Wrong word. almost there. Let me think. 6. Too many. Sorry, I coughed and must have muted. There's too many there. I gotta back off, is essentially what I was saying. Yeesh. It's not for a long time. Might as well just go home. Yes, another frog. I did it. I found another frog. None of my frogs have ever been caught in the net traps, but that doesn't matter. I still am gonna forage, like, I'm gonna go for 50. I'm gonna try and forage 50 frogs. At least. If not more. I hope for more. Because Sui had like 30. So I'm gonna, if I shoot for 50, then I can find 50 frogs. My entire bed will be covered in frogs. And then I'll just sleep in the other room. Because I think they deserve to have a bed of their own. Right? That makes sense. There's like a blue bed in the other room. Frogs can have a bed. And I can have a bed. Eventually we gotta set up the church to be an actual outpost. But I'm not doing that until the entirety of Rosewood is dead. I want no part in the zombies making their way over the church. The second I drive a car, Brandenburg's gonna come on over. So I need to be careful of that. So my plan is to kind of go and kill all of Brandenburg too. Because if I kill all of Brandenburg, the country club, basically, if I do this entire portion of the map, there's nothing left to come up here, essentially. And we'll have 2 outposts done, because we'll have this outpost over here done, and we'll have the outpost that's over in Brandenburg done. Because I think there's one in Brandenburg as well. Like, I don't know which building it is, but we'll figure it out. But we'll have those 2 done. After which, I kind of want to travel down towards Ekron. We'll probably be killing along this road for a while. Maybe I'll live there. Still assessing, but by then we'll be a lot further along, and we'll probably be on our next weapon skill by then. Like, cause we are not even near done Riverside, and we're already like 1.5 weapon skills in. So maybe in theory we'll be finished more than that, but we'll have to see. There we go. Yeah. Hooray! 10 frogs. Windy day. Oh well. What are you doing? Oh, you're like frozen. I'm sorry. I did not mean to freeze you. Hopefully they fixed that, whatever that is. Seems like an animation bug of some kind. Or it's cutting off the animation too soon, so they just stop and they just stay where they are. It's weird because you'd figure you could I just need food, please. Soybeans, wow. Yep, we are now going to be in all sorts of pain. I shouldn't have done that, but you know, it is what it is. I wanted over the fence too fast. Does muscle pain help grow your strength or fitness? No. I'll put it in different terms. So because it's muscle strain is essentially an exertion 2.0 essentially. It's but the only way to get muscle strain to come down is to wait. It's the way that muscle strain works is that it builds up based on values that are like so like it's based on a formula. The only two things that you can affect in the formula are strength and if specifically if you're using a weapon skill. Everything else is just strength. So your level in strength will affect the amount of muscle strain that is applied to the formula. So high levels of strength lower the muscle strain amount. Low levels of strength actually will increase the muscle strain amount. So if you're under level 5 strength, you really don't want to be. Get yourself above level 5 strength. Because if you're doing a 0 to hero, your first little while, you're going to want to level up your strength and your fitness. Specifically because fitness governs exertion and strength governs the muscle strain. It governs all the other muscle strain too. So like when you stomp or when you push, those are only strength based. They're not a weapon skill, right? Same for if you hit stuff with a rock. It's not a weapon. It used to be a short blunt weapon. Now it's not. It's just it's not a weapon anymore. It's not classified. So only strength applies. Weapons, however, if you swing a weapon, the weapon skill comes into effect as well in the formula, and it's always a decimal number, for the most part. If if you have no weapon skill, it's 1, but chances are you're gonna have at least level 1 weapon skill in something, right? Early on, I guess not, but once you get to level 1, it's a decimal number, and it will always reduce muscle strain. After level 1, all the way down to once it hits level 10, it goes as low as 0.25. So to the muscle strain formula, which is huge. That's big. Versus the, like, in the beginning it's like 1 to zero point 0.9 or whatever, you know, it's that's applied to the formula. Strength is a little different. Like I mentioned before, strength is in the numbers at 0 is 1.5. When you get to 5, it's 1, and when you get to 10, it's 0.5. So, and it goes as low as 0.5. And then it's based on your weapon class at that point if you're choosing to use a single hand, like a one-handed weapon or a two-handed weapon. Do not use a two-handed weapon in one hand. It's funny, it's comical, but it'll destroy your muscle strain. It is so bad. Because it's like I don't remember, but it's a multiplier. It multiplies, which is not good when you're looking at a formula where you're trying to avoid building up a number. It's not good. But yeah, so two-handed weapons are amazing if you're using two hands because it spreads the muscle strain as well as it applies less of a number. It's a 0.5 multiplier versus a single-handed weapon's 0.6 multiplier. The difference being is that most two-handed weapons are heavier than the one-handed weapons, so they cost more exertion to use. Thus, you need more fitness. So that's the difference, right? Fitness versus strength. You need both in now. It's very important to have both. So, and you want to be above level 5 in both to at least be positive. Preferably level 6 in both. Once you're level 6 in both, it starts becoming a lot easier to manage everything. And then at my current stage, where I'm actually approaching level 8 strength, and then once I hit that level 9, I'm going to be so excited because I'll get the strong trait. Strong trait will help out significantly, reducing muscle strain by a large margin. And then later, eventually we'll cap out and it'll be reducing muscle strain by the full amount, which even if I had like ridiculously high muscle strain like settings, it wouldn't matter because I would still be able to function. Not perfectly, but you depending on how high you scale the muscle strain, you can still function. But it reduces things by just like enough of a value that you'll be okay. Hopefully that gives a good understanding of how muscle strain works. It's a lot of it's numbers, but it's cool. It's cool numbers. And see that swing that I just did there, that where I missed? That still applies muscle strain. Even if I don't connect with a zombie, it's still applying the muscle strain because I swung. So every missed attack matters more. It feels like it, but they don't. As far as I'm aware, they're the same. They apply the same amount of muscle strain regardless of if you connect or not. It's just it's a static number. And it's based on the weight of the weapon. It's based on your weapon skill. It's based on like the whole formula is, or at least last I seen the whole formula. Give me 1 second. I have it. Is it in Zomboid things? Yeah, it is here. If folks are curious, specifically to melee weapons, it looks like this. if you wanted the actual like details on it. And then from there, you will apply certain values based on what it says. The spike park index, your weapon skill, is it two-handed or not? And if it is two-handed, it's a 0.6. If it's a one-hander, it's a zero, or sorry, other way around. It's a 0.5 if it's two-handed. If it's a one-handed, so you can see. But that's for melee weapons. The ones for the other ones are, and these values were all are from Frog actually. Frog is the one that pulled these numbers from the thing. Give me one sec though. I'll reopen that. But for stomping it's this, and for shoving it's this. And then for guns, it's this, which means that strength is applied to guns. You have strength being applied to guns. So if because the muscle strain that happens from firing the firearm makes sense that it would ripple through your body kind of deal, right? So there you go. Those are all the formulas that are existing for muscle strain, as far as I'm aware. Now, they may change them, they may adjust them, but I don't know. Those are the ones that I have. So, you can throw those in a document if you want to. Enjoy. So, like I said, in order, it's first one is melee weapons, second one is stomping, third one is pushing, and the last one is firearms. Enjoy. For those that like numbers and stuff. From there, you can figure out where your muscle strain and how much you'll be building up over time based on your amounts of swings, etc., etc. Or stomps, or pushes, or anything, whatever it is. And from there, you can determine exactly kind of how powerful your character will be based on certain stages. And it's those kinds of interesting sort of thought processes that get me to be like, okay, well, then so how far do I need? How long do I need to go? How many zombies is it going to require? And then also remember, we have to take into account especially for XP, because those values will apply to pain, which will apply to damage, which will then apply to experience. So experience will then be reduced as a result or gained as a result based on your damage values that are applied through all of that. So combine that with reluctant fighter, slow learner, the fact that our base XP is 0.8. You see, all of these numbers flying around, it makes for an interesting experience. And it's cool, right? I think so. Yeah, I don't know if those number values are exact still. They still are the same, because it's been a few updates and they may have changed some of the formulas slightly, but maybe not. Is that before strain or not? This is from what I remember, this is from after. But it may be they may be, because it's been several updates since then. They may have adjusted values or changed some stuff. It's good to be wary that those values will always be an approximation on the unstable build, because remember, asterisk, unstable. Regardless of what we think it is, asterisk unstable. Choked.
Hey.
But yeah, that's the thing. So yes, that was post muscle strain nerf. But remember, the muscle strain nerf didn't nerf the formula; it nerfed the values. So the original muscle strain is 1 times. Meanwhile, the other muscle strain was 1.67. Right? Is now the current, or would have been the old one. The old muscle strain was 1.67, which is 1 value to us now. So yes. We should probably consider re-looking at the formulas, but it'd be more likely that we should wait until the unstable build is done and then look at the formulas from there, because then it'll be done, right? So we won't have to worry about them changing the formulas or adjusting things or trying to balance stuff or any of that stuff. It'll all be already finished, so we can kind of just enjoy the game. And from a technical standpoint, if we want to know the exact values because, we want to min max or whatever, then it's available, right? But yeah, I figured those are the formulas that I have. So those are the formulas that I'm working with and understanding. So when you wonder why I'm looking at certain levels of muscle strain, or it's partly because I'm using those. It would be, but I don't think so. So I think that this is the standard formula. But you could easily suss that out in debug, and or if you unpack the game and look at the formulas directly. But once again, I'm not going to go through the effort to do that because it's unstable and they may change it. So even if I go through the effort to look for those formulas right now, if they change it, then there's no point. Might as well just wait for stable. But if, for example, there are people already in the code, looking at the code actively, that's different, right? Because then those folks can kind of just be like, oh yeah, it's this. You know what I mean? Because they're already in the code, so... Wow, that one really didn't last. And this is why we have this one. Like 42? Maybe. I don't know exactly which number they would have upgraded or downgraded. For all we know, it could be any of the other numbers too, right? Maybe they had the other numbers at higher parameter values. I don't know. Like maybe there was an extra multiplier or an addition somewhere. That's all it would take. Is +1 here, +1 there. Arm strain, calm down. Okay, I'd like to get back there. Yeah, more than likely. I don't disagree, but once again, I don't know, right? So, and I wouldn't want to assume. Because it could be like that, or there could have been maybe like a plus in somewhere that was like at the end, maybe? I don't know. Maybe they had an addition at the end and then they decided to just scrap the addition. You know what I mean? Like a plus, like, or a small multiplier that's like ×2 over here or somewhere. Because I doubt that we were looking at exact values before, and I mean with those formulas we can pretty much get exact values. So it's like, you know, I'm not sure. I do not know. This place is kind of cool. I like the carpet. It's like all speckly. I was assessing whether or not I could stay there, like in a sleeping spot. Seriously, I cannot hit these for the life of me. What the heck? This is why I don't do fence combat very often, though. Not that I can't do fence combat, because I can. It's just... It's not my preferred playstyle. I get very nervous, especially when sprinters are involved. But it's fun with sprinters, because it's more like an arcade mode. I'll go upstairs. Is it Chili that has the Titus laugh as one of his emotes? I can't remember. Somebody has a Titus emote as one of their emotes. I think it's funny. I'm digging some of the guys they want to. You should do the rat race. Over digging into the mechanics. It's fine. It's unstable, remember? There's no necessity to dig into the mechanics too deeply right now because it's unstable. But the rat race, I mean, the rat race is only here for a while, right? And you gotta get a few months, some months, with like a little tilde at the end. Some months the rat race will be here. It's not forever. And maybe we'll do a 2.0 or maybe we'll play some other stuff, but we'll see. It's one of those things where I know that we are going to be doing this for some time. Sometime. Not sure how long exactly. That's harder to say. Shall see. But it's here now, and that's the best thing to do, right? And enjoy things while they're there, and then when they go, and that's okay. It's okay too. I don't want to deal with these eggs right now. I'm not gonna. I can go there. Oh, I just realized that I actually need to go back eventually because I don't have another axe after this one. I have to go and craft. Do I? Nope, I don't. Which means that I should have. Well, I didn't think about that, did I? No, you did not. I could break one of these. That doesn't give me axe stuff, though. It gives me branches. Oh, you tempt me. But I can't help it. Evening. Look, I found another frog. That's 11. I'm at 11 frogs. I may need to disengage from the area, though, to go get more sickles and or other weapons. So I don't think this one will last. We'll see if we get another axe, though, from the group. Could be boss music? Yeah, King DDD's theme. You haven't heard it in years? I hear these songs not every day, but every other day. My playlist is only like 30 or so hours long, and I generally will stream, varies, like, you know, between 5 and 7 hours minimum is what I like to say. But, so minimum. And then from there, it's based on how much time I have, right? So if I happen to have a lot of time, then I'll be able to stream more. But if I don't, like, I mean, I don't have a lot of time, so it depends, right? Today I don't have a lot of time, unfortunately. So I'm just hoping I hit my mini goal. Which we're actually rapidly approaching at the moment anyways. So my mini goal was XP today. And we hit level 4 axes already, which is nice. And if we keep up at this pace, we'll be able to jump into the next level of axes. And if we keep this going, we're going to be able to really push axes to the next level. Like, faster and faster. Yeah. Level 3 to 4 feels good. Level 4 to 5 feels good. Level 5 to 7 feels good. And then after that, once you hit the higher levels, like 7, 8, 9, 10, oh, it just gets better. It gets better and better and better. Yeah, it snowballs. And then you hit your end game at that point with the leveling. And then finally you're free of, well, either you're free to continue to use your ridiculously powerful weapon, or you can do what I did, and I swapped. I very quickly swapped over. This is day 2 of leveling axes. So in day 1, we went from, I think we were level 2 to level 3. And then from today, we went from level 3 to level 4, and it's like 4.5. And that's exactly the number that I set for myself to be the number that I wanted to hit today. Was 4.5. So we're pretty much there, like, in my opinion anyways. So I'm gonna assess the time here in a little bit, because I need to, like I said before, I have obligations today, so I need to what's this? Okay. I need to make sure that I'm mindful of the time. Sorry, my time today is very limited, so I need to be very careful that I don't overstep, because I've got people that I need to go and see, and there's work to be done today for me. So I don't want to overstep my time frames. But we did get to stream some today, which I'm happy with. We made some progress at the very least. Even though, kill count-wise, we didn't gain very much. And I have a real life? How dare I? Yeah, I know. But it's fine. Like, and then this later this evening, like way like into the morning. Hopefully by then everybody will have messaged me so that we can start setting up the rest of the leaderboard updates team, and then I won't be needing to be as hands on it because other folks will be able to pick up where I can't, kind of thing. It's a very simple process though. It's not really that hard. Because I'm gonna be too busy. Nope, that's not dumb. That's actually really smart. I was thinking about it as well, and I actually commented on it with somebody earlier today. I was talking with them about it. I'm like, if we leveled everything to 5, that was my argument. I was like, if we leveled everything to 5, you could leisurely level all the things, whatever you felt like. But you got to get everything to 5 first. Oh no, Karumi, get back here. You stay in here, Buck. 1 second. Karumi. No. You get back in there. I will pet you, but you gotta... You come back here. I didn't mean to open the bathroom door. Away from the door, Buck. Stay in here. That's the thing. If you need a break from other weapons, you can level something else. Yes, it's gonna suck to level it, but once you get to a certain stage, it's not gonna suck anymore. And you can get through all the sucking if you want early on, or you could just wait until later. It On average, if you have a weapon point in a weapon skill, it's gonna take you like, let's say 30k to level that thing up, right? And then even let's be not so generous and double it for if you have if you don't have a weapon skill. It's probably actually a little bit more than double, but let's say 60k, right? So 60k if you don't have a weapon skill. Well, I mean, most of that 60k is actually in the back half of it. It's actually not in the front half. The front half actually is really quick to level. Like, for example, like you see my kill count here, right? We started leveling our weapon, our axes, I think when we hit 25k. So these 700 kills are the bulk of my XP for axes up to this point. So it's like another, after a few thousand kills, you'll be easily able to use that weapon, no problem. And it'll be super duper easy to level it after that. And then assuming that you are also leveling strength at the same time, because every time you hit a zombie, you gain strength and fitness. It's like, you gain strength and fitness, you get maintenance, you get nimble, you get all of the things, right? And look, I'm already like, we are very close to leveling strength to 8. And then we'll be moving to strength 9, which is strong. We will be a strong character. Very awesome. Yeah. However, let me just double check my time. Yeah, I have to wrap up as much as I don't want to. I've got stuff that I've got to go do. You're already partway to 7? Nice. You'll get there soon. And then you'll get to 9. And trust me, 9 strength and 9 fitness are like the best. It's best to hit those. But just, I am going to wrap it up there, unfortunately. I was going to play Schedule 1 if I had time, but I don't have time today. So, I've got quite a lot that I have to get done. So, I'm going to go and get such things finished. But I am going to raid out to one of the folks that's doing the rat race. So, let's see. Who's doing the rat race right now? Go. There's quite a lot of folks doing the rat race. Let us raid. It's Claire's birthday. I kind of want to raid Claire. You guys can go celebrate Claire's birthday with Claire. She's like 22 hours into a stream. You know, you guys can go out. You know, happy birthday to Claire is gonna be the right message. You know, because happy birthday is Claire's birthday. All right. There we go. All right.